We'll work all those kinks out. Don't worry about that.
Okay, we're good to go, guys. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the Fraser City Council virtual meeting for Thursday, June 10th at 6:36 p.m. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Put your mics on mute and do that.
Mr. Fairbrother, could you please take roll call? And for council members, identify where your location is for this viral meeting.
Member Baranski,
Present.
Member Blanky, Mayor Carnegie, Member Kalka,
Here, City Hall.
Member Lesich,
Present, Plainfield Township, Michigan.
Member Shornack,
City Hall, Fraser, Michigan.
and Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki.
Present, Fraser, Michigan.
I'm also in Fraser, Michigan. Sorry, Mayor, I forgot.
Okay.
This is Amy.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion, so please excuse Ms. Blanky from the meeting tonight.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Mr. Fairbrother, could you please call a vote?
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky.
She's not
Oh,
here.
I'm sorry, not here.
She votes
Member
yes.
Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesich,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki.
Yes.
Thank you. That would be difficult to be here when you're not here.
I almost answered for
Item 4, the approval of the agenda. At this time, I entertain a motion unless there's any amendments to this agenda. Councilwoman Baranski?
Well, I thought we were amending the agenda, which now I forgot. what the
Safety
amendment was.
deposit box.
Yeah, we got an email today about having to amend the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we would like to amend the agenda to add a simple item authorizing you, Mr. Mayor, and myself to open the second safe deposit box at PNC Bank. They are particularly concerned about security, and evidently the last time we were there, we must have aroused their suspicions because they want the council to authorize us a second time.
I'll make that motion then to add that to the agenda.
Aren't we supposed to be removing the insurance quote?
Well,
The
one thing,
discussion about the insurance?
We don't have that quote. We'll put that on next agenda, whether we remove it or just sort of skip over it is up to the council, but we don't have any action to take this evening on that item.
Yeah, that's why I'd just like to remove it.
Can you just replace the opening of the box with D?
that'll be my motion then.
Yep.
To replace D, authorization of insurance removal, with an item to discuss opening of the safe deposit box at PNC Bank.
I'll second the motion.
We do have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on that motion?
Mayor, you're muted.
Okay, well, we're going to try this because unfortunately I get muted when other people are talking, so I'll just have to keep going back and forth, so I apologize. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any comments or questions on that motion? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, could you please call a vote?
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesich,
Yes.
and Member Shornack.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Any other amendments to the agenda at this time?
I would make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or other questions? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, could you please call a vote?
Member Lesich,
Yes.
Member Kelka,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie, Member Shornack,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Item 5, citizen participation. At this time, is there anybody in the audience or waiting room who would like to comment only on an agenda item at this time? It must be on the agenda. If you do have a comment and can't be around for the length of the meeting, please make yourself recognized at this time. I see none. Mr. Bisbee does not see any, so at this time I will bring it back to the chair. Item 6, consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
Yes, having heard no call outs on the amending and approval of the agenda, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Any other comments or questions? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, can you please call a vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki,
Yes.
Member Kelka,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Lesich,
Yes.
Member Shornack.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Item 7, we have a public hearing for item A, 2021-22, increasing water rates and sewer rates. At this time, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing at 6:43 p.m. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item, please make yourself known. Okay, I see none. Mr. Bisbee sees none, so I'll bring it back to the chair. We'll close the public hearing at 6:44 p.m. Item 8, request for council action. Item A, the approval of the Fraser Lions Club City Festival for July 22nd through the 25th, 2021 this year. Mr. Thompson, would you like to comment on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess 2 points here. We had a meeting with representatives of the Lions Club. When I say we, I mean many members of the staff, safety department and public works department, as well as recreation folks. The festival did not occur last year, but it looks good this year. We have a 5-year agreement, and I think we're in year number 3, I believe. So I think we are well set and prepared. If the council is so inclined, we would appreciate just a motion to sort of a stamp of approval for this. And the second piece is authorization to purchase fireworks consistent with what we've done in the past years, which is, I think, $10,000, 8 of which gets reimbursed from the Lions Club.
Okay, Councilwoman Shornack.
That used to be how it was, but before COVID, we switched that up completely. We were not donating and we were not pre-purchasing. We didn't do that in 2019.
Yes, we did. We bought the fireworks.
We did not donate to them in 2019.
We did not. No, there was $8,000, but we purchased the fireworks.
Yeah, but I'm saying we had
You
no
said
out
you
of
didn't.
pocket. Yeah,
And
we had,
we were reimbursed for them though.
for
Yeah, no,
$8,000. And there was a
I'm just-
donor.
Yeah, I'm talking about the $2,000, guys.
Okay, one at a time, please.
I'm just saying, so 8,000 unless somebody wants to donate 2,000, but I'm just correcting the donation of 2,000.
Okay, any other comments, questions, council? Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, I guess in follow-up, Mr. Thompson, were they looking for $10,000 worth of fireworks? Or were they looking for us to donate $2,000? Do we know?
I think the answer to that question, to both questions, is yes. The discussion was about $10,000 in fireworks, which in the past, we have purchased. The contract has been between the city and the fireworks provider. And then the Lions Club has reimbursed the city $8,000. So the nature of the discussion was $10,000, which we would expend and be reimbursed $8,000. So the net cost would be $2,000.
Okay, and then my second question is for Mr. Denault. I wasn't here or on council when this contract was first done. I just want to confirm, were you a participant in the draft? Was it your law firm that helped to draft this agreement?
It was, Ms. Baranski. I put together a very comprehensive document with different addendums to it so that it could be a more manageable document in the future years if we wanted to pull pieces here and there and replace pieces here and there. So yes, I did complete the drafting work on this in 2019.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure. So you're therefore comfortable with, if the council is so inclined, utilizing this contract and the terms consistent with what's been presented to us?
Yes, this contract is in existence until the end of 23. It does provide for everything that we need to do already has been approved, essentially. I think what Mr. Thompson's asking for the council this evening is to bless it moving forward, considering the environment we're in with the COVID, coming out of the COVID era. And also the piece, which in the contract requires $8,000 worth of fireworks for the event to be completely reimbursed by the Lions Club if we purchased that when we purchased that $8,000 worth of fireworks. It does not refer to the extra $2,000. So that's why Mr. Thompson is suggesting to the council that, or asking the council whether it's interested in honoring the Lions Club's request to add $2,000 to what we otherwise would already be doing under the contract. And that would be fully paid, the $8,000 by the Lions Club.
Okay, and then just so that the general public is aware, all of the additional expenses by the city, including any overtime, electricity, everything else that the city incurs as an expense to put this on, is reimbursed by the Lions Club. Is that correct? That's how the
correct as
contract
well.
is drafted?
Our contract calls for that. We have an entire sort of itemized worksheet that is done after the event, and all of that is reimbursed to the city.
Okay, and then Mr. Thompson, the various department heads are comfortable proceeding given the staff that they have and the expectations in terms of manpower, as it has been done in the past. All of the department heads have signed off that this is something that could be done this year. Is that correct?
Well, they were all involved in the meeting, and I think we're all enthusiastic about the opportunity to get things back together and moving forward, sort of in a post-COVID approach. I won't tell you that everybody's enthusiastic about having to work on the weekend and that sort of stuff, but I will tell you that we have a contract and we've made an agreement with those folks a couple of years ago that we would do that. So enthusiasm about a positive thing for the community certainly exists. We're looking forward to the opportunity.
Okay, and I guess my concern was just making sure that within the DPW and then the Public Safety Department that they felt appropriately staffed to be able to carry off. It's a yeoman's job that has to go on, and I want to make sure that they, I know that they will do it because they always tell us yes, but I want to make sure realistically, I don't want to add additional burdens on top of everything else,
Well, Mrs. Bransky, I won't say it's not an additional burden because clearly it is, but we've said we will do it. Our people are on board to do it. We'll get it done.
Mhm.
All right, in that case, then I'd like to make a motion to approve the Fraser Lions Club Festival pursuant to the agreement with $10,000 in fireworks.
I
do
will
have a couple- would you-
I would second that so we can put it on the table to discuss, but I have a question.
Right. I was going to call you, Mike. So we have a motion and a second. The important part of my aspect, and I brought it up all the past hiccups, is our time accountability. We have to make sure that Mr. Ragsdale is on board in the past, what's gone on in the past. We have to make sure all the times are accounted for. Public safety does a good job with their time accountability, but DPW has to do the same in all the other departments. So
And we've
That's-
reviewed that, Mr. Mayor, both internally and with the Lions Club personnel.
good. That's the very important part for reimbursement purposes. Councilman Lessig.
Yes, the motion was for $10,000. I would support taking 1% of our savings from last year, so of not having a recreation program, or this year, I guess, and putting that towards topping that off at $10,000. I think we did $8,000 a few years ago, and it was left wanting. The public did notice that the programs were a little shorter, or they were stretched out. But I would support taking $2,000 of that Parks and Recreation budget from this year and putting it towards this.
So that's completely seconding Ms. Baranski's motion, correct?
Absolutely.
Ms. Baranski, your question?
Yeah, I guess I do agree. I think that it did fall short of its gloriousness in the past. Were you advocating for more than 10, Mr. Lessig or Councilmember
Nope.
Lessig? Or
Nope.
10 is good? Okay,
Topping it off at $10,000.
okay, thank you.
So the motion and second stand. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councilwoman Shornack.
Just for correction purposes, they still did $10,000 in 2019. We just didn't donate the 2,000 because Christina got 2,000 donated by a vendor or somebody. I don't know who donated it, but somebody did. So it was still $10,000 in 2019. The city did not give the 2,000. That was all just for correction of facts.
I didn't make that statement. The 2,000.
It
was
wasn't
8,000.
about you, Mr. Lessig. I was letting Ms. Bransky know that because she
Okay.
said it was lackluster.
No,
So-
well,
All right. I withdraw my comment. Thank you.
yeah, the amount spent has decreased over the years, I think. And I did hear the same concerns as Councilmember Lessig, that it wasn't as spectacular as it had been in the past. And whether that was a byproduct of a different vendor, the amount spent or whatever, but I was comfortable with the 10.
It's been $10,000 status quo. I think the expense of things, so there's being less because things are more expensive now. So you get less bang for your buck in essence. That's what I'm saying. So I'm fine with giving the $2,000 from the city. I'm just saying everything has just
Good point.
gone up in price exponentially. So I think you're still going to end up with people disappointed. That's all.
Well, I can just add a little bit. We actually go out there and inspect it. Fire department, we go out there and do safety and we watch over them. And I assure you that the amount of the money was the same, but the size of the fireworks and how they presented them were much different. They were much smaller. They call them cakes. So there were smaller shots, smaller diameter fireworks, and that's why it was probably a little bit lackluster.
Still fun.
Yes, Councilwoman Polka.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess then the next segue would be, would we entertain contributing more than $2,000 for this year? Should that be a discussion that we now have? Given the circumstances, given the COVID money we've gotten, and I don't have any issue with increasing it a little bit, giving the residents something. They didn't get anything last year. And maybe double it to 4,000 for this year only. And with no expectation that this is going to be something that's going to continue on, just for this year only. To be reevaluated every year.
It's like a coming out of COVID party.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Hey, I'm all for getting back to normal and celebrating that. Absolutely. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, thank you, Council Member Shornack. I think you clarified for me what the problem was, and so I appreciate that. And so I want to revise my motion because I do agree that we do need to spend more money. And I love the idea of giving our residents something. We did save it last year. We did save money from Parks and Rec. So I will amend my motion to make it $14,000 spent on the fireworks, with the expectation that 8 of it would be reimbursed from the Lions Club and the balance covered.
14 or 12? 14 or
Oh,
12?
I'm sorry, 12. Yes, sorry, 12,000.
I would support that. I would just want to make sure the Lions Club and the vendor can accommodate that change, but I would support that motion.
For this year only, right, Ms. Baranski?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have a motion, a re-motion, and a re-second. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Denault?
It is.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, please call the vote.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
member Lesage,
Yes.
member Shornack,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes,
and member Kalka.
Yes.
the motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Item B, authorization of the 2021-22 water and sewer rates. Mr. Thompson.
You're on mute.
I'm trying. Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As council is obviously aware, we had a public hearing a few moments ago regarding water and sewer rates. And we provided a posting in the local newspaper. And very candidly, I don't have history from a year ago, but my understanding of the rates that we've put in the publicized in the newspaper are that it puts us back on track with the Plant Moran analysis that was done a few years ago. And my understanding further is that this time last year, we deviated from that plan a little bit in recognition of COVID-related issues. So at this point, I think it's sort of up to the council where they want to go. Our suggestion would be that since we have publicized these rates that we go forward with them, you will recall, and you will be hearing certainly in the next few meetings about the need for substantial ongoing infrastructure improvements, both in water and sewer. And while often there are grants and that sort of additional funding sources, the key method by which we keep our system up to speed or up to grade is through the rate structure. So I think the community has done the right thing heretofore. We have rates that support our operating costs and begin to address some of our long-term capital needs, but we have to stay on that, or there'll be significant consequences in the future. And our costs, both for operating and capital, continue to increase.
Councilman Lesage.
You knew I was going to raise my hand. I have a question for Mr. Denault. I just want to clarify something if you're available. So the public hearing presents these rates. These are as high as they can go, correct? I'm not proposing raising them higher, but I'm just asking. They can go lower, but not higher. Would that be accurate?
That is correct. The maximum that we have advertised is the maximum we can go during this hearing. We would need to renotice the hearing if there were a suggestion to go higher.
I just wanted to make sure that was the case. And so my concerns are, is Mr. Vigner on here? May I speak? Address him too, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, please do.
If Mike's there.
Yeah, he is on.
Turn on that light, Mike. You're very dark.
Yes.
So thank you, Mike, for coming tonight. My concern is that we get back on track with our capital improvement plan to actually, not back on track. We did a lot of work last year. I want to see us come up with a comprehensive, achievable plan for the next 5 years. And along with that, I'm concerned that since we went out for that DWRF loan last year, we've changed up our finances a bit. And coming up with a water main replacement plan and a capital improvement plan and capital funding plan to cover those, we may need to readdress our ready to serve charges and other things like that in the future to ensure we can support that. So I just want to say that to you. I don't see Mr. Nealand here, so he's the other component of the finances of this. So would you be able to come up with an average plan? Our goal was to have $2 million a year of cash on average to spend on these capital improvements, if memory serves me.
You are correct.
So, and so having these rates, though they are high, we are seeing improvements in the system. We saw major improvements in Utica and 14 Mile. I'd like to continue those, especially in Venetian Village and Venetian Woods, which are in dire need of water main replacement. And then we move from that section to another section. And we could spend $2 million a year for every year till I die. So I don't have anything else at the moment on this other than I would like to make a motion to approve the City of Fraser 2021-2022 water rates as presented with a water commodity rate per unit of $4 or $5.48 and a sewer commodity rate per unit of $10.44.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions on that motion? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, could you please call a vote?
Member Lessig,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
No.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Mike and Amy. Item C, authorization of City Hall security upgrade. Mr. Thompson, you can handle this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is kind of a continuation of something that started. We want to get this piece finished in this budget year, and it has become even more important in the last couple of days before I submitted the information to the council. Excuse me, this was anticipated in the current budget, and as I indicated, we made some purchases early in the year, and then with personnel changes and some other things, we didn't complete the process. This is about an additional $20,000 for cameras in our building. Some of them you might see in the public areas where we deal with citizens, like at the counter for utility billing or that sort of thing. And while those are helpful, some of them are critical as it relates to people we have in our custody. And just in the last couple of days, my understanding is due to the transition, some IT transitioning, some of the old equipment which we were going to replace anyway now is not functioning, and we are without before that needed replaced. Now it needed replaced because it was old. Now it needs replaced because it's not working, and it's so old it can't be replaced. So we would seek council's authorization to proceed with the expenditures to complete this project, both because it's in this year's budget, but more importantly, because we have some issues as it relates to, frankly, some potential liability issues. So we've got to get moving on this. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Both Mr. Pettis, Mr. Bisbee are here, know more about it than I, but really it's a pretty straightforward thing. It was in the budget. We don't have, we need council's authorization to finish the project.
Councilwoman Shornack.
She's muted.
Yeah, I answered my own question. Never mind.
Councilwoman Coxa.
Sure, just so that the residents kind of understand, just so that the residents kind of understand, this project was started last July, and I had a little bit of trouble trying to follow out because there was a bunch of invoices. So, and it looks like there was approximately 15,000, 6,000, and 7,000 that was spent, but the upgrade wasn't completed because it kind of wasn't, well, I'll just leave it at, it wasn't completed. So we need to spend some more money, which looks like about $20,000 more in order to complete the upgrades so that there's closed circuit cameras for security in different areas of our city buildings. And so I think it's a great investment to make sure that we have state-of-the-art equipment to protect our city services. And so therefore, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the City Hall security update as presented.
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. Councilman Lessig.
Yeah, I support this motion, but I did notice, don't believe that the senior activity center is included in this. Is there any plan or is there expansion capability to do that in the future?
Mr. Lieutenant Bisbee, can you address that?
Yeah, senior center is already upgraded. So
Okay,
what we're looking for is the new server over here to get online, which is this upgrade, and then IT right to help us facilitate the sharing of the VLANs.
okay, and the reason I'm asking is in your letter, it says completing this project would mean that the three major city properties, City Hall, Public Safety, DPW, and Senior Housing would all be operating CCT systems. So activity center is already up to date?
Activity center is not part of it. It's senior housing.
Okay,
Sorry.
and my question would this system have the capability to expand if we wanted to add cameras at the activity center on our network?
My understanding is yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe the wires have already been run there, haven't they, Dave?
Fiber's there.
Yeah.
And the network capability.
Any other comments or questions? Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, I think I know the answer, but if we can just have an explanation for why we don't have 3 quotes or multiple quotes for this, this expenditure, so that the residents understand why we only have the 1 quote.
Yeah, I can't give that answer. We've been strictly working with Philips, though. They're the ones that have been the dedicated supplier and vendor. They do all the maintenance. That's who all the service calls go to. Equivision, I don't know if Equivision deals with anybody else other than Philips in the area. I can't answer that.
Okay, well, I know we had this conversation whenever that was when we started this, and we insisted on multiple quotes. And so I'm assuming since we went with them, that's why we continued with them. That's my assumption. So I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't answer that. I wasn't part of that upgrade when they bought the new server and they did the cameras over at senior housing.
No, I guess I'm asking why now we only went with this one vendor.
Yeah. Like I said, they're the dedicated provider of Exact Vision,
Okay.
as far as I know. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, if you please call a vote.
Member Kelka,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie, Member Lessig,
Yes,
Member Shornack,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Winawicki.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Item D, the authorization of the mayor and city manager to open the safety deposit box. Mr. Thompson, did you want to add to that?
No, sir. We are, this one, council may recall, we said we had a safe deposit box. Turns out we have 2 of them. We didn't know that. The mayor and I opened one. We'll go over and open the other one, and then we have no need for safe deposit boxes. So we will conclude that contract. And as I said, PNC Bank is very security conscious, so they want us to get second authorization.
Understand. Mayor Pro Tem Winawicki.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to give a grant authorization to Mayor Carnegie and to interim city manager Mike Thompson to open the PNC safety deposit box and remove contents.
Second,
Motion second.
but I have a question.
Councilwoman Shornack?
So how is it, especially with auditing and everything that we've had going on, how is it that up until now, nobody knew about these boxes? Were we not getting billed? Were they not on our statements from PNC? Because I know where I work, it's a yearly fee. It's on your statement. You get billed for it. How did this get missed for so long? Or how was it so remiss that no one ever bothered to mention it before?
Well,
I believe that's how we found it on our bills.
yeah,
Go ahead,
it was
Mark.
called- Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. It was called to my attention shortly after I came to work here because the annual bill showed up and I asked why we had a safe deposit box and it was unclear and no one knew what was in it. So, and the authorized openers, none of them worked for the city anymore, which is why we went through this process a few months ago. When we went to open the first one, the bank then said, we've concluded that you have a second one here. We were only getting billed for one. We don't have a need for either of them. So we want to go open it and see if there's anything in it. And if there is, we'll deal with it appropriately and we'll get out of the safe deposit rental business.
Yeah, I wasn't insinuating, just so you know, that it had anything to do with you. I'm just curious, I mean, obviously those individuals are no longer here, but it's just kind of astounding to me that this was something that was never mentioned in the 5 years I've been here. So I just kind of find it, I appreciate that you've noticed it and found it, but it's just kind of odd.
I would agree. We have a vault. I don't know why we need a safe deposit box, but
And this one has no keys, so we actually have to drill this one open to get it open. So
Let's hope it has something good in it.
I'm hoping we can buy a fire truck. I was wrong the first one, though. Okay, we do have,
Do we have
We have a
Geraldo on standby?
I will do what I did last time for you guys.
Jimmy Hoffa.
We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other comments or questions? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, can you please call a vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kelka,
Yes.
and Member Lesich.
Yes.
Thank you. Item E, approval of resolution RE Garfield shared use path. Mr. Thompson.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a project we have talked about. My sense is we have talked about something along these lines for several years. This concept is included in our master plan. And what this amounts to is a shared use path for bicyclists and joggers and rollerbladers and that sort of thing that would commence at Masonic and go all the way to 15 Mile Road along Garfield. It would cross the street, so it would be on the school side of the street when it's north of 14 Mile. Now, it's important to note that our recent discussions included going all the way to just north of Randazzo's and connecting with the, I think it's called the Freedom Path there. Recently, that has changed. Clinton Township has indicated their continued support for the project, but at this point, they do not want to participate in it financially. So we've scaled back the scope of the project so that it would be all in the city of Fraser, with the idea that it would at some point in the future would grow and go further north when Clinton Township is in the position to do so. And this is a grant application. Our estimated cost would be in the neighborhood of $750,000. And we have some reason for optimism, in large part thanks to Mike Vigneron and their work. and the ongoing work that they do, and they know the way these projects work. At any rate, I want to make it clear that when we were initially talking about this project, it included Clinton Township. While they still support the project, they are not going to be a participant in this application. The other thing to keep in mind is if everything fell into place perfectly, this path would be done at the same time as the Garfield Road improvements between 14 and 15 Mile, which again, we're optimistic about, but don't have, it's not a sure thing yet. Looking at the construction season of 2023. Now, Mr. Vigneron is here and can correct the mistakes that I've made in my presentation here.
I heard none, Mark. That was a great job.
I was well coached.
There's my hand. There's my hand. I got questions.
Councilman Lessig.
Yes, Mr. Vigneron. We've talked about this a few years ago. You probably don't remember since you talked to a lot of people, but this is similar to putting a bike path or something along Garfield. When we looked at Garfield a few years ago, that was upwards of $1 million. So this is a similar path. Is this an ADA, like an 8-foot path, or how would this look on the ground?
The requirements would be, there would be a 10-foot wide minimum asphalt path primarily. It would replace the existing sidewalk that is there, but certainly it would be wider and it would meet all the federal requirements for a shared use path. Current estimate of the construction is about $1.6 million. We're hoping for 80% federal funding to offset most of the construction cost. Again, to expand on Mr. Thompson's statements, our preliminary discussions with SEMCOG and MDOT, who administer the grants, they're very excited. They like to make connections. So the connection to the existing bike lanes on Masonic is very appealing to them. And the ultimate connection to the Freedom Trail, which is both in Clinton Township's Recreation Master Plan, the county's Trailways Master Plan, they see that as an eventual connection that will be made. So they're very supportive of this project. They feel it fits well into their pedestrian, bicyclists' ultimate goals for the grant funding.
Okay, is this a TAP? Is this part of the TAP program, Transportation
Correct.
Alternatives Program? And then how much would we be getting from the federal government estimated?
Our estimate was, oh geez, I wrote down every other number but that one. It would have been 80% of the, so about.
You said 1.6 million.
1.6 million, $320,000 was the city share. So I just have to back that up. $1.3 million of the grant, roughly.
Okay, you're bouncing numbers around. So I thought this was $750,000 commitment we would be making.
The city's commitment would be $750,000 at this. That's our budget suggestion, which
And that-
includes some contingency.
Contingency and engineering and other things. Is that where we get from 320? 1.6 million times 20% is 320.
Mhm.
And then add three whatever to get to 750, and that's engineering, contingency, etc.
Correct. The grants will not cover the engineering costs.
Okay. Any idea why Clinton Township backed out?
The reason that we were given is they have already committed themselves to a number of grant applications in the same time period, and they just didn't want to overextend themselves with another commitment. So you probably read recently of the two projects near to Fraser, the Kelly Road project and the 14 Mile Road project, that are both into the next round of consideration with Representative Levin's office. Clinton Township has agreed already to financially participate in both of those projects, for instance, which would be about the same time frame. So they already have a lot of irons in the fire, and they just don't want to overcommit themselves at this time.
And they need to share the love around the township and not just sell the south end. That would be my guess. So our commitment would be $750,000, which is a lot of money. And the path would not continue to Metro Parkway. If we do not approve this and support this tonight, what happens?
Just a resolution.
Well, no, it pretty much commits us. Does it commit us, Mr. Denault? Would this commit us to, if the TAP is approved, we would then be responsible for coming up with $750,000. This put us on the hook for it, the money.
The resolution would be to commit, as I understand it. So I believe it would be a commitment. I don't know, I'd defer to Mr. Vigneron in terms of what the next steps would be after an approval.
So our experience is, and just for timeframe reference, the applications are due, the current round of applications is due June 23rd. They accept applications quarterly. It's our experience that usually 2 resolutions are required, an initial resolution of commitment, and then once the grant is awarded, if awarded, there's a second resolution that essentially would be the financial commitment to the project. At this point, this is a more or less a resolution of support. There's a final agreement that would come before council before any funds are actually transmitted to cover your cost of the project.
But in my experience on the executive committee at SEMCOG, the list of TAP projects, as long as they are funded by the local, will get approved as a slate or a consent agenda, essentially. But is that your experience too?
They, have not been able to expend all of the funds they've got available for projects that meet their goals and objectives.
Okay, so in other words, they have plenty of money and not enough projects to fit them. Okay. All right, I'm concerned this is a lot of money. And I have other unmet needs in the city, such as the industrial park. So I'll shut up. I just wanted to ask questions so I understood where the funding was coming from. Thanks. I'll let others speak.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, I have those same concerns. So if I did the math right, there's $430,000 in expenses that wouldn't be covered by the grant to do this project. Is that about right? That's how you get to the 750?
750 is, we had the entire project cost we estimate to be about $2 million. And that's where the 1.25, I guess, $1.3 million is covered by the grant, and the rest of it is covered by the city.
Okay, so what, I'm trying to figure out, you said it covers engineering costs, but the engineering costs, and forgive my naivety on this because I am definitely new to the roads. Are the engineering costs on a $2 million projects $420,000? Is that typical?
So the way that the $750,000 is broken out is we've got about $120,000 budgeted for design engineering. There's some contingency for easements if needed. Construction engineering, 200,000, and that's consistent with federal guidelines for the amount that construction engineering should spend. And the city share of the construction costs at 320,000, and then we plugged in $85,000 in contingency, which is about 12.5%. It was just an easy round number, $750,000 to talk about with some contingency and reasonable budgets for the other soft costs involved.
Okay, and then does this go up to 15 Mile on Garfield?
Correct, it would go all the way to 15 Mile.
Okay, just making sure because the photo we had. And then is there a reason that this plan as proposed crosses over instead of going on the other side of Masonic and then crosses over? Why did we not do it so you don't have to cross the street?
All on the east? Yeah, I think it was just due to the parking that is there in front of those businesses. That would be a hardship if you took away their parking to provide a 10-foot wide path instead of the sidewalk that's currently there.
There's not space for it. Okay, got
There's
it.
not space for that. Yeah,
It would be a taking and cost us more. Got it.
Right. The sketch that you have was purely a conceptual layout that we utilized to prepare a kind of a budgetary construction estimate. There's things that'll get worked out in the detailed engineering process. Where does that crossing over Garfield from the west side to the east side? Those kind of things will get ironed out with some more input from the public.
Okay, and then to me, the elephant in the room is, I heard you say clearly they have a lot of money and can't meet all their goals. What other goals does this fund have besides bike paths? Is there anything else? I mean, I'm hearing ding, 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 ringing my bells of what else I could advocate for that possibly could help us in other areas, if anything. And that's where I have to rely on your expertise.
Yeah, it's my experience that the multimodal type applications, so bicycle facilities are usually a big one, but also streetscape, what they call green infrastructure, things of that nature. So the city has a downtown area or a DDA, and I know in the discussions with the recent master plan there was talk about making some improvements, streetscape enhancements, things like that. Those kind of improvements are covered under TAP grant.
Okay.
Councilman
Thank you so
Lessig. Councilman Lessig.
Let's see. Yes, just wanted to kind of touch on the transportation alternative program. SEMCOG itself does not have any money. They are an intergovernmental agency that is it's not part of the federal government, but they act as kind of a clearinghouse for federal government programs like the Transportation Alternatives Program. So they will coordinate with local municipalities and put a TAP program together. There'll be 20 projects on that list, and they'll be funded in cities throughout seven counties. And then once that's approved by SEMCOG Executive Committee, it gets forwarded to the federal government, and they essentially fund it from there. So it's not something we can go in and negotiate with them, because SEMCOG literally they have no money to give us. They act as the, traffic cop, for lack of a better word, in some respects.
Mike, I have a question for you, Mike Bergeron. If we were to do this and get the resolution and say we did get the approval for that, can we hold those funds until we actually complete the Garfield or start the Garfield project and actually work them in together at the same simultaneously?
So yes, some of our discussions that we've had with Macomb County Department of Roads have been to coordinate these projects so they occur simultaneously. And as Mr. Thompson alluded to, the Garfield Road project, while we feel very positive about that being included in the next TIP Transportation Improvement Program for Macomb County in the year 2024 and moving that forward to 2023, that's not a guarantee. So we're trying to make the planets align, if you so to speak, to get these two projects so that they can coincide. We see some potential cost savings if they were to go at the same time, and we also would suspect that there may be some potential savings to the city if the county packaged this with part of their road project, where they absorb some of those costs as part of the road, and some of the non-participating costs are split with them. Again, no guarantee of that, but that's something that could eat into the city's share of this project if all the stars align.
Yeah, that would be smart building, right? I mean, do them together, not separately, and create two messes and two different overtures. So.
And then my understanding is if the project is awarded funding in 23, but for some reason the Garfield Road project is backed up a year, we can request that the funding, get moved back, although they don't like doing that. But to make, those two things happen at the same time, that would be a circumstance that they would certainly support doing something like that.
Right. I would think, because it's such an important pathway to the Freedom Path for the entire community and other communities, I would imagine they would like to work with us on that. So I could be wrong. Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki.
Yes. Has Mr. Ragsdale has he reviewed this project, and what is his stance on this?
I have not. This is actually the first I'm hearing of it.
This project's been in the works for quite some time, and there's not a we're not at an engineering or a design or construction standpoint yet.
So, Mr. Vigneron, if I heard you correctly, these applications are done quarterly.
That's correct.
So if we do put this off tonight, then we have another opportunity down the road, and this would also afford Mr. Ragsdale an opportunity to get involved in this project and review it.
Yes, it would. Typically, it's going to be 4 to 5 months, best case scenario, from the time the application is submitted until you hear about it. About an award, it would certainly shorten the amount of time that you would have to engineer the project to get it into the 2023 construction season, due to the long lead time it takes to get through the federal process for making sure that the plans and specifications meet all their requirements. So it just shortens that time frame on the back end if you wanted to build it in 23. If you wanted to push it out another year for 2024, certainly that would be fine as well. So that was the only reason we were, I think, targeting this one, was just for the timing to try and get it aligned, I guess, more easily for 2023 construction.
But if the Garfield construction is backed up a year anyway, in my mind, I still see that we've got plenty of time to work with and have Mr. Ragsdale get involved and so on.
Not to belabor the point, but there's plenty of opportunity for Mr. Ragsdale to get involved at this point. You've seen the design at this point. It is a line drawn on a map, as Mr. Vigneron said, and that's kind of a concept. That may not be the way it ends up. So there hasn't been, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, there hasn't been any design work done. So this is still at the concept level, and my concern would be that if we may miss the opportunity to coordinate both projects if we push this one back, and we think that it makes sense to try to do both projects at the same time. So there's no design has been done yet. If this is a concept, is this something we want to do or not? There's ample opportunity for input on design, and I'm sure there'll be public hearings for citizen input on design too, I would imagine, with this kind of funding. Mike, would that not be correct?
There is a requirement for public input.
Yeah, I was actually hoping that this would help push Garfield along faster, because I know Ms. Kalka and other council people have brought up how important Garfield is, and it's actually a life safety matter for students, that doing this could help maybe push Garfield faster to do them at the same time. But I don't know exactly how the road people work, but it would seem logical. Councilwoman Shornack.
Yeah, as much as I would love to see a bike path there, we have much bigger, I 100% agree with Mr. Lesage and Ms. Bransky. We have a much bigger fish to fry. We have so much infrastructure that is so aging. We have tons of streets, especially in our business district, that really need repairs. And we have, for the most part, along, because the schools go along there. So we have a sidewalk, and the sidewalk, because I've walked it many times, is actually in good repair. There's not too much going on there. Not to mention, then we'd have to widen that bridge if that's not already ADA accessible and 10 feet. So that's an added expense. I can't support this at this time. We have so many other things that are essential needs and not the wish list box. I mean, this is a wish list box thing to me, honestly. Again, I like to bike too with my grandkids and stuff, and I think it's awesome, but we have much more imperative things to do for our residents and for our businesses, just in regular infrastructure. Thanks.
Sure. Anybody else?
Just
Ms.
me real
Kalka?
quick.
Suzanne Kalka, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree with a lot of what is being said as it relates to, I want to do this project, but I think it makes more sense to at least know where we stand with Garfield first. And if we can coordinate and do both of these at the same time, that to me seems like that's the most efficient way to handle it. What we really need is that road done. If we can get the bike path done at the same time or done in close proximity, I think we can explore that at that time, but I think right now it's just kind of premature. The priority, I think, is Garfield, getting Garfield done. So that's all I need to say about that. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I see none.
So,
Do they want to make a motion, or we're just gonna let it go? Okay, then I will move on to the item F. Authorization of sewer cleaning and television contract. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the a continuation of work we've been doing over the past several years involving, in this case, the fourth quadrant of our city, the southwest portion of our city in terms of cleaning and televising sanitary sewers. And we have an attractive, very attractive contract that we've used in the past, and we'd like to proceed with that. And the importance of this project became even more evident yesterday. Mr. Ragsdale and I met with the Macomb County folks and talked about the significant deficiencies in our sanitary sewer system. And this gives us an opportunity to further identify those, with the idea that as we look to the future, we'll be able to begin to correct some of those deficiencies. And frankly, those aren't just deficiencies, they are deficiencies that cost our ratepayers money. So this allows us to identify areas that need to be repaired. It will complete that portion of this doesn't involve repairs, this involves investigation. And then the next step in the future years will be repairing, usually through a lining project. So we'd like to proceed, finish this work, and we'll have the entire community done in terms of cleaning, which is very important, and televising the sanitary sewer system.
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
Yeah, so I'd make a motion for the authorization of sewer cleaning and the television contract.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions on that motion?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Lessig.
So this would be for pipe techs, infrastructure services in the amount of $189,830. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I believe. I don't have the number right in front of me. Mr. Vigneron, do you have that number? I believe that's the right number.
That's the right number.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Councilwoman Shornack.
This was a budgeted item, correct? We carried it over for the assumption from last year, correct?
We'll do that. This will be still, it is still this year, so to speak. But the answer to your question is yes, it is in the budget.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Councilwoman Baranski.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the extension of the sewer cleaning and television contract as outlined.
We have that motion. We have that
Oh, I'm
motion.
sorry.
We have a motion and second.
I like to call the question. I don't know where I've been. I need to get into City Hall is what I
It
need.
happens.
You did that perfectly, though. Call the question. That was perfect. Okay, well, I will call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki. Oh,
Yes.
Go ahead.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lessig,
Yes,
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
and Mayor Carnegie.
Yes,
I think
motion carries. Well, item G, the authorization of street repairs contracts.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We opened bids recently and we provided, we provided the council with the bid tabulations. This is also in this year's budget. When I say this year, I mean the 2021 budget. It's consistent with the plans we've identified before, some concrete slab repair and some joint and crack repair as well on streets that we have listed generally in the area north of 14 Mile Road, between 14 and 15 Mile Road. Frankly, a relatively small project, and while we strongly suggest we proceed with this, in the future, I think the council needs to be looking at these kinds of projects, but frankly larger. As we've said before, we're kind of falling further behind, and projects of this scale are helpful, but they don't help us catch up. Nevertheless, it is a step in the right direction, and we would seek authorization to proceed with these repairs.
Councilman Lessig.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to award Mattoli Cement Company LLC the 2021 concrete road repair program in the amount of $255,275, $207.85. I apologize. 255,207.85.
Second.
I do have some questions after that.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions, Mr. Lessig?
I have questions. I agree with Mr. Thompson. We have to get aggressive on some of these, like Morningside, French Creek. There's a lot of roads that are really failing, or that may have some remediation we can do now to extend their life. Is there a planned or in the works to come up with a comprehensive program to do that before we have to start repairing hundreds or millions of dollars worth of concrete?
Mr. Vignon, do you want to address that? You've put together a draft capital improvement plan that we presented to the council a few months ago, and there are repairs. And I believe, for example, the streets that Mr. Lessig mentioned, I believe those are specifically called out in there. And while he's presented those as examples, they are good examples, but they are examples of certainly a larger problem.
Yeah, and I will add, Mr. Ragsdale and I have been having many conversations about the importance of asset management and maintaining good roads in good condition, and how cost effective that can be long term. So while those are examples of roads that are in desperate need of rehabilitation or reconstruction, certainly we can put forward a program that meets the goals and objectives of the city. And if it's to reconstruct, so many miles of street a year, and to rehabilitate so many miles of street a year, we can do that. And we can give you a suggested budget to do those activities. And from there, identify candidate projects and present those in an annual capital improvement program.
Something I wanted to add, let the city council know, Mike did an excellent job with this bid contract. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've never had 12 bidders show up at City Hall for a concrete repair contract. As a result of the 12 bidders, from the lowest bid to the highest bid, the difference was $100,000. So it just goes to show you, the more bidders you got, the better your price is going to be. So nice job, Mike.
Councilwoman Kolka.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to wrap my head around this a little bit more. Can you tell me exactly what is going to be done with the street repairs? And the reason I say this is because before I vote yes to expend any money on any more streets, I want to know what we're going to use this exactly for, because what we did a couple years ago, where we cleaned out the cracks and filled it with the stuff, was a disaster. And it didn't work. It doesn't work. I live there. It's a disaster. So what exactly are we going to be doing with this? What's the plan with this concrete idea here?
So the two streets that have been identified for concrete pavement repairs, Regal and Sewell, segments of both of those streets, it's a treatment that we call selective slab repair. So in general, the road is in okay condition. There's a number of defective or deficient slabs of concrete that can be individually removed and replaced to bring that road up to a much better overall condition.
So it's pretty straightforward. We're not doing like we did with the trying to pull out, and I just didn't know if there was a fancy name for it. So that's all.
Yeah, after we get done with those two, with the repairs, then we come through and seal all the joints up. Again, water is our enemy. We want to keep the water out of the joints as much as we can. The other portion of the contract that Mr. Thompson alluded to was joint and crack sealing. There were 6 streets that were identified in the Paletti neighborhood, Harrington, Mazzara, those streets. And this is a traditional joint seal application. The old joints and cracks are routed out and cleaned and sealed. I guess the difference here is the joints are much smaller, and this is within the realm of typical application for your hot poured rubber joint seal.
So, and I'm sorry, because I just need basic terms. I apologize. I'm not a road person. So is this the same as what was done on French Creek? Okay, this is not the same. Okay, great. That's all I want to know. Good. Thank you. Maybe I should have just asked that question first. Thank you.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mr. Vigorano, if you were here when we did this a couple of meetings ago or whenever it was, and I was going to bring it up at the end, but just because Councilmember Lesich brought it up, we did create a roads subcommittee of council, and we vowed that this committee was going to have a report for us in June. So hopefully at the next meeting, there will be an update so that we can do exactly that. We can take some ideas and generate some improvements sooner rather than later, especially in light of hopefully the COVID funding and extra surplus money. So hopefully very soon we'll have some great ideas for you in addition to this project, which I'm wholly in support of. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew it was going to be coming sooner than later, hopefully.
Mike's aware of it, and it will be on the agenda on the next meeting.
Perfect.
For sure. I want to finish this topic first. Any other comments or questions? I believe Mike made the motion and it was second.
I did.
Right. Was it seconded?
I did.
Yes.
Amy
Yes.
did.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, could you please call a vote?
Member Lesich,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winniewicki,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
and Member Kulka.
Yes.
Motion
I'm a yes
carries.
too.
Oh, I'm sorry, and Member Shornack.
I'm a yes too.
Motion carries. I don't want to steal Mr. Thompson's thunder either, but and I didn't want to wait till the next meeting for the road committee, but we did get a update for the Kelly Road project. And I know, Mark, were you going to talk about that in your update?
That's the kind of thing that city managers allow the mayors to talk about. Positive, it's a positive thing. And what we learn in city manager school is to let the mayor talk about a good thing.
It's getting
As you all
deeper.
know, Mark and I have been working with Senator Levin's office, and our application for the Kelly Road project has been passed on to the next process. So it is a $3.5 million project, and we did pass the first phase, and we're going into the second phase. So good news for us at this point, and we'll keep you posted. But that I didn't know if Mark was going to bring that up, but while we're talking about roads, I just wanted to mention that. So. Okay, item H, authorization of risk and resilience assessment plan.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This is sort of the Mike Vigneron show this evening, and we're fortunate that we have such a good spokesman. this relates to our water system, and frankly, I'll let Mike describe what this is all about. And we should have had this on the agenda last month, and that's an oversight on my part. Mike, please provide some background.
Sure. The federal government passed a regulation in 2018 that community water supplies prepare a risk and resilience assessment. The criteria for each community is tiered by population. So bigger cities have a more robust requirement for their risk and resilience assessment. Fraser falls within the communities less than 50,000 population, more than 3,000. So the requirement is that the city complete this risk and resilience assessment by June 30th of this year. And then there's a follow-up report, an update to your emergency response plan that's due by the end of the calendar year. AEW has provided a proposal to assist the city in the requirements for this. Essentially, the proposal is a number of pages that just outline the requirements in the federal regulations for this report. We propose to complete the assessment and certify or assist in the certification to EPA that has been completed by June 30th of this year. Provide a report to the city of our findings, and then assist with the preparation of the emergency response plan that's due in December of this year. I know the online version of the agenda that I'm looking at seemed to be missing a few pages from the proposal that we had provided. So if there's any other questions about maybe what isn't in there, I've got a copy up on my end that I can certainly speak to if there's any questions.
Councilman Lesage.
Yeah, I want to make sure what we're approving tonight. We're approving essentially the agreement with AEW to prepare this risk and resilience assessment plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and you can get this done by June 30th, no problem, Mike? I assume you have a lot of this information already.
We do. It will require some subsequent interviews with city staff that we are prepared to initiate upon approval.
And so we need to have this done by June 30th, which is 20 days away. We're kind of in a box here. So I would like to make a motion to approve the proposal for professional services, risk and resilience assessment and emergency response plan for the city of Fraser for AEW. And I'm looking for the amount. Is there an amount?
I believe it's $12,000.
$12,000. Thank you. In the amount of $12,000.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any comments and questions on that motion? I do have one. Who makes this stuff up to add all these new things every couple of years?
Lawyers.
Okay, then I'll just leave it at that.
Nah, just kidding.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Mr. Fairweather, can you please call a vote?
Member Lesage,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kulka,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Winawicki.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
Real quick, just one quick question. Would this be paid for out of the water and sewer fund?
Can be.
Yes, sir.
Just the water and sewer only? Water and sanitary, or does this include storm at all?
Just water
This
distribution
is just
system.
water.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you, Mike, for putting it together for us and getting it done on time, and we appreciate it very much. Item I, authorization of service contracts. We have 3 of them. Number 1 is assessing. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I don't know what the history has been in regard to these contracts. All of the contractors seem to be providing good service for us. So my purpose for putting this on the agenda was just to make certain that we authorize the payment for the coming fiscal year. So I'm not sure that we've always done that in the past. And if we have, wonderful. And if we haven't, it's something that should be happening on an annual basis. And we're transitioning from one fiscal year to the next. It just makes sense to sort of revisit the contracts and reapprove them. So that's what this is for the three large contracts that we have that are sort of service related: assessing, planning, zoning and building, and human resources as well.
Councilman Baranski.
Yes, Mr. Thompson, I think it's wise if we break them down separately. As to the assessing, was there any change in pricing, or is it just a continuation of the contract?
No, ma'am, there was a change in pricing, and in round numbers, we for the last 3 years we've been paying, I think, I want to say 102,000. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, and I apologize for that. The price had not changed for the last 3 years, but the proposal is for, I believe, $116,000. So there is a change. We budgeted this year 107, I think.
And is this for 3 years again, or is it for a 1-year term?
3 year.
It's a 3-year, but it's 116 per year.
Yeah, right. No, right. So in other words, we're locked in at 116 for the next 3 years if we approve this. Each,
No.
116 per year each, as we were.
I believe
No.
there's an inflation factor or
Oh.
built in.
Okay, so but previously they gave us 102 for 3 years in a row, or did that also have inflation built in?
Well, it had an inflation factor built in, but they never took advantage of it. So year number one was 102 and change with an inflation factor, but the bills always stayed at 102, and we neglected to call them and tell them that they should bill us more.
Well, keep that neglection going, Elaine. Did we, and is there a reason we have not sent this out for bid? Is this a fairly competitive quote in terms of your experience, Mr. Thompson, for these services?
My experience has all been in Ohio, and we do it an entirely different way here. So I don't have any personal experience. My understanding is that in advance of the contract, the year number one of the 3-year contract that's just expiring, my understanding is that we sought quotes and received only this one. So I can't say that for a fact. That's what I've been told. And we did not, just to be clear, we did not go shop this around.
Wait, I didn't understand. We sought quotes initially 3 years ago. Is that what you're saying? And we only received this one?
That is my understanding. My understanding of this company was the incumbent 3 years ago. We sought quotes and no one else quoted.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
Again, that's
Okay,
my understanding. Can't say it for a fact.
got it. Thank you. I don't have any other questions as it pertains to assessing.
Councilman Shornack.
I believe that's true in part. I think part of the problem was that we needed an assessor. I think it was like a 4.
3.
And I believe Ms. Trexler is a 4 in 3. Okay, thank you, Michael. Yeah, so I know we needed a specific assessing, I don't know, what hierarchy?
It's called a level.
Level. There you go. Thank you. Like hierarchy, whatever you want to call it. But we needed a higher one, and nobody else. I believe there was one other bidder, but I believe they couldn't provide that skill that we needed or that level that we needed.
Anybody else? Mr. Lesich.
Yeah, my Zoom is mirrored, so I'm waving the wrong way. Not really waving at everyone. I've worked with assessment administration services. I've asked many questions of Ms. Kopp and her staff. They've been phenomenal. They've been around for more than 3 years. I believe they came in when we went to an outsourced assessing function. They're professional, they're timely, they are spot on. Every question I've ever asked has been responded to in a day, and I love it. I would like to make a motion to approve the contract with Assessment Administration Services to serve as the assessor of record for the City of Fraser for a 3-year contract, which begins May 1st, 2021 and ends April 30th, 2024. for the contractual sum of $116,000, $116,500 for the first year with a 2% increase each year for the remainder of the 3-year contract.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and second. Mr. Denault, a question for you. Did you get a chance to look at this contract?
Just as part of the packet, not in advance of it being put in the packet, no.
Is a contract like this, if there's a next year, if this council or future councils decide to go out and bid this, is there an out clause in these types of contracts? You know?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think this is that formal of a contract. This is more of a professional services agreement type of situation where they provide the services, we provide the payment that they've requested and that we've approved. So I don't know that they get that formal as far as an out clause goes or as far as a penalty for termination goes. My suspicion is that if the time ever came to part ways, the city could, and I don't know that they would push back too hard on that. But obviously there would be more of a contractual argument that we were bound for the full 3. So there is a possibility of that, of course, if we ever wanted to end it early, but I don't know that there's a penalty for early termination other than the potential that they could say you owe us for the full 3 years.
Right. No, it's just questions because, you know.
Mr. Mayor, I was Don's associate here, and there's a 30-day out clause.
Oh, I don't.
It's in the very beginning of the
Okay,
agreement.
even better.
Mutual 30-day out.
Mutual?
Yep.
Thank you, Amy. I missed it then.
But great question, because that was my concern.
Councilwoman McCullough.
Thank you, Mayor. The only comment that I wanted to make was, it just seems like that's an awful lot, a large increase. And I understand we're probably getting the benefit. I always like to see other bids just to keep people competitive. Not to say that I'm not unhappy with McKenna at all. That isn't, but I do sometimes like to look at other bids to see what else is out there. And it just keeps things competitive. So in the future, I would hope that when we have these contracts that come up, that we at least try to get a few different bids. If I know every circumstance isn't the same, because I know we just approved some security upgrades that we had already been using a company for, and we didn't get bids for that for the new. And so I know it's kind of it's not always the same set of circumstances, but I feel like for this type of contract services, I feel like it would be good to see what else is out there. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki.
Yes, I would like to see our city legal counsel review all contracts in advance of being presented to us. But being that this is a first look for Mr. Denault on this particular contract, sorry to put you on the spot, Don, but is there anything on your quick cursory review right now? Is there anything that you would change about this in the best interest of the city?
Well, I have to admit, I'm a little bit confused about the 30-day out, Ms. Baranski. If I could go back to that for a minute. Are we looking at the right documents? Because I see the 30 days in McKenna. I don't see it in the assessing paperwork. Did I not get a copy of that?
You know what? Maybe I did scroll down too far. I may have misspoke, because now that I'm looking, it is in the McKenna. There isn't even a contract, is there, for?
No, that's why I was kind of.
So there's nothing. Yeah, so there's no terms.
On the assessing question, I was bouncing around a bit because there is no formal contractual, lots of different terms. And it's more of a, this is the service we provide. Here's who we are. This is our cost. And it's a professional service. And so it's more of a, we agree to the 3-year pricing and we agree to use it for 3 years without any. So to Mr. Winniwicky's question, I can't speak to a contract and whether I'd approve it, change it, modify it, ask that things be moved around, because we don't have one. It's literally we pay for a service. This is the service we get, and it's for 3 years.
That's why I missed it.
Yeah, and I apologize. I just assumed
Oh,
there was
that's
a
okay.
contract because I would assume there's a contract.
Absolutely.
And
I believe it's
obviously,
the
I'm
same-
totally confused.
I believe it's the same agreement that we had 3 years ago with a change in dollar amount.
Right.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Mayor, just 1 second. I just want to wrap my brain around this. This is not for McKenna. This is for the Assessment Administration Services LLC. Okay. I scrolled past it as well, and I just started looking at McKenna, and then I got caught up in this. Okay, so there's no contract. This is 1 year at 116. Okay, so maybe we should start over. Because
I made a,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Mike made a motion.
I made a
to
motion
approve it.
and it's been seconded.
And and again, my question is gonna go back to Don, putting you on the spot again. In your legal opinion, is it prudent to sit here and have such a vague set of guidelines, lack of contract, and approve 116.5 plus 2% inflation for the next 3 years without any opportunity to say, well, in year 2, as Mayor Carnegie kind of hinted, in year 2, what if we did want to go out and bid this out and we find out that we can get it for $85,000 a year, and yet we're still contractually bound by a 3-year term that you haven't had an opportunity to review prior to tonight.
All good points, Mr. Winniwicky. I think there are a few things that you like to see in professional services agreements. They don't need to be complicated like the Lions Club Festival Carnival agreement, but they should outline the basics. We're going to be your assessor. We're going to provide assessing services. They can give us some definition of what that is. These are the rates we're going to charge. This is how we're going to bill and when. What the timing of that looks like. Are there any penalties for late payment? What are the out clauses for both sides? Little things like that. It doesn't need to be lengthy, but I don't see anything like that here. I think and I don't know if we have one from 3 years ago, but I do think there is some value in that because the principals sign it from that company, the city manager signs it, or the mayor signs it with the authority of council from our side. It's just nice to have that paper trail, and I don't see that in this packet here.
You're on mute.
We do have a meeting next week, so I don't have an issue if the motioners want to withdraw and then Mr. Thompson get a hold of them and put something in writing and the councils, because council's been burned in the past. Nothing against this company, but we always want to do it right. We keep saying we want to do it right, and let's do it right. So if this is a lot of money, and we should do it right.
The other option would be if you approved the execution of a contract in a form acceptable to the city attorney with them for the stated terms, the 3 years and the pricing. I could do the rest with them and not have to bring it back to you, but it's certainly council's call if we prefer to work it out first or move in that direction.
I'd be very comfortable with that, Don.
I'm comfortable in seeing something though too. I like to see it in front of me in print.
I made the motion.
Yes.
I would be interested in withdrawing that, sending it back to the city attorney and having him bring back something that he says I can stamp my stamp of approval on it and you can vote with confidence. So if that is acceptable, I would withdraw my motion.
I will as well.
I will withdraw my second, and I would support Councilmember Lessage's
I was a second.
revised proposal.
So you
Except
withdraw, right? Okay,
Except I was second.
right. So Ms. Baranski withdraws for a second, and Mr. Lesses makes a new motion with a second from Patricia Arnett.
Perfect.
Well, wait, I don't know what motion I'm making. What?
You made the
Okay.
motion to have Mr. Denault
let me actually make a motion. I was just mumbling. So I'd like to make a motion to direct the city attorney to discuss the assessment administration services agreement and come up with something that's acceptable to the city attorney and bring it back to council at the next meeting.
And I would second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And my comment on that is, what if the price is not what council wants to see or has questions about? We're gonna leave that up to Don to decide the salary or the cost, or
Price
you're
is
good.
gonna Be what I don't think she's gonna change the term. I mean,
Right, Mr. Mayor, I think the goal of this motion is for me
Okay.
to contract that reduces to writing the proposal that we'd be accepted.
Yeah.
I didn't
that's
know if
my motion.
anyone, I didn't know if someone wanted to do some negotiating, that's all. Okay. Anybody else at this time? Okay, I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, you please call a vote.
Member Lesage,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
and Member Kelka.
No,
Okay, motion carries. I2, planning and zoning and building. Mr. Thompson.
We do have a contract with McKenna, who provides these services for us. Excuse me, and last year they provided some additional services, for example, the master plan work. And this year we would anticipate doing some additional work, but this is authorization to do their routine planning, their zoning work, and the building work that they do for us now. And, you know, there is a contract, but perhaps we want to treat this the same way we have just done with the assessing. That's obviously up to council. And I'm sure just like with the assessing, we have a good relationship with McKenna, and we'll work through this, although there is an existing contract and it seems to be working well, but either way, again, our purpose for getting this in front of the council now is we are approaching a new fiscal year, and we wanted to get the appropriate authorizations in place so we could do the proper purchasing procedures, which we are in transition with. So either way.
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
And I'll pose the same question to Don. Have you had an opportunity to review this contract prior to this evening?
And I will give you the same answer, Mr. Winawiki. I did review it as part of the packet, but I did not review it in a formal sense of going through it for critiques and changes. In looking through it as part of the packet, and again, looking through it while we're here, nothing about it jumps out at me as something I would offer change. I don't even see any typos at this point. And usually I find a lot. So it looks very well done. It's possible that's what, that I reviewed this the first time around, and that's why it's in good order. I don't know that I would change anything about it, but I can't promise you that. If you ask me to do a review, I might come up with something.
True lawyer speak.
Councilman Kolka.
thank you, Mayor. Just want to reiterate what I said before about just knowing what else is out there. Really, that's not because there's any issue with the companies themselves, which is why I voted no for the assessing, because I'd like to see what else is out there. I will stand on that position as it relates to both of these. So thank you.
Anybody else at this time? Would anyone like to make a motion? Councilwoman Baranski, you're first.
I'll make a motion to approve the planning, zoning, and building contract as presented.
I'll support that. Any comments or questions on the motion? Okay, Mr. Fairbrother, can you please call a vote?
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kelka,
No,
Member Lesich,
Sorry. Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
No.
Motion carries. HR, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sort of the same thing here, the third of the significant service contracts that we have with Amy Sell. The proposal keeps the cost the same. Once again, if there is a desire to look this over or not, we can go either way. Certainly the services will continue either way, at least in the short term.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, we did have the fortune to have Mr. Denal actually assist us in getting Amy Sell on board. And just by history, I believe this was Councilmember Winowiecki's initial idea, supported heavily by Councilmember Suzanne Kelka to get HR on board. And to say that Amy Sell has exceeded expectations over the past year, what we thought when we were hiring her this time last year, and what she ended up having to do to us, some of which was unexpected. She's done a ton of hiring, getting us more candidates for these positions, more qualified candidates, overly qualified candidates than we've ever seen in the history. She's gotten all of our department heads that have negotiated and come on board to be in line with traditional business practices. They don't have random employment contracts that have different terms and vague and ambiguous terms that make no sense. She's not even gotten to get to some of the work, and I overwhelmingly am thrilled to see she didn't ask for an increase, despite the fact she put in way more time than I know she allotted for to get us where we are today. And so I'd like to make a motion to authorize the extension or the renewal of the HR contract.
I would second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions? Councilwoman Kalka.
so I just want to piggyback off of all those wonderful things that were said about Amy Sell. And we were part of this process from the beginning as it relates to bringing on HR. I know that this was an idea that David and I talked about on many occasions before it came to fruition. So I'm very happy that we have actually gone down the pathway that him and I have kind of outlined over the last 2.5 years as we started seeing the bricks falling off the building. And that's my metaphor for just no accountability going on. And come full circle 1 year where we were, I think is incredible, just incredible. And we have Amy to thank for that, really. She has done an extraordinary job with getting in there, rolling up her sleeves, and really just making a huge difference in this city. And with that, I absolutely unequivocally will support this motion. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilman Lesage.
Yes, 1 year ago when we went out for an HR RFP, in which I supported, one of the things we talked about is after 6 months of being in the position, would Amy Sell be willing to come back and relook at the work scope, et cetera. It's been a year. A lot of things have happened. Basically, none of the things that I wanted to happen last year occurred. We did a lot of recruiting. And now we have all these positions filled. We have professional managers in place, and we have Elaine coming on board. With that in mind, I would be more comfortable, and I will probably be, I'm sure I'll be outvoted on it, but I would be more comfortable putting in place a short-term agreement where our new city manager could come on board, assess the staffing, assess the needs, and come back with a yes, this is the right way to go, or I would modify it this way. But since that won't happen, I'll just say that's my say. That's what I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, can you please call a vote?
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Pelka,
Yes.
Member Lesich,
No.
and Member Short.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Mark, for all this. And Don, just let us know when you send something out, your approval, and we'll go from there. Item 9, report of city administration. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, I really don't have a whole lot to report here. We have a couple of, and the next item, standing items, we have a couple of things to report, but under administration, we've covered a lot of ground this evening here, and I don't have anything to add.
Are there any other administrators who would like to make any comments? Amy Sell or Mr. Ragsdale? No? Okay.
Right.
Hey, Mark.
I just wanted to say we filled our supervisor position. Melissa Frierson starts on Monday. Very excited about that. At the same time, it's bittersweet because the city is losing a huge asset with Dave retiring. But I am looking forward to her coming on board. I think the city is getting a gem. I've worked with Melissa before. She has a S3 water distribution license. She's a 3-year graduate of MPSI. She has 21 years municipal service, and she has a Class B CDL. So very excited about that.
I do want to comment that Dave came to my door yesterday morning and thanked actually me, and I believe he went to all the council members, and what a class act to thank everybody for their support. And so we wish him, and I wish him all the best in his retirement with his children, and enjoy the time off. And I'm sure he'll be working somewhere else doing something different, but we appreciate it. But I was thoroughly impressed with his actions. I must say that.
Absolutely agree.
So kudos to him.
And we will miss you.
Absolutely. Okay, anybody else? Okay. Item 10, standing and unfinished business or project status updates. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 items here. The first is Fruhoff Road, and at our last meeting, we were asked to give a report, and Mr. Vigneron is still with us, as is Mr. Ragsdale. I think that for the most part, the remaining items are minor restoration and repair sorts of things. There are some areas where there will be some minor reseeding. The drainage concerns have been addressed. Generally, those were related to EPA requirements for storm drainage and erosion control. But for the most part, I think the project is winding down. Mr. Vigneron would have a closer handle on the punch list items, but for the most part, I think it's minor repairs and seeding kinds of things. It's starting to look pretty good, actually. Is there anything else, Mike, of note on the punch list?
No, that's the crux of it. And just this week, we got a commitment from the contractor to step up the watering efforts in light of the kind of drought conditions that we've got. They've committed to weekly reviews of the site and to addressing it. They've said they're not going anywhere, and they want to make sure that the project is done right to everyone's satisfaction before we close the contract.
Yeah, and I might just conclude this topic by saying we haven't closed it out yet, but we're pretty close to the end, and we can certainly very soon give give sort of an estimate for the council that would be pretty close to what the budget for the project was, what the actual expenses will be. That's always that's an important piece to know where did we think that project was going to be and where did it end up. And we're not done yet, but we're close enough that we can I'm sure we can tell the council very soon where that's going to be. There aren't any major expenses out there that haven't been incurred yet. I might add on a different topic, Mr. Mayor, the water line project, we're having some of the same issues there, although the company, in fact, they were watering today. If you happen to be in the right place at the right time, you would have seen them watering in terms of restoration. There's still some work to be done there, but we've got, I think we have their attention and they're moving in the right direction as well.
How about the valves systems? Is that all set yet, or?
Mr. Vigneron and Mr. Ragsdale can address that better than I, but they are functioning. And my understanding is that since the pressure relief valves have gone into operation, I don't think we've had a water break.
Yay!
In that period.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Good, then we're right, so.
So some things are moving in the right direction.
Good, great, thank you. Councilwoman Shornack.
Just because you brought it up, because it's actually on my list of questions to ask. So did they fix all the leaks though on the 14-mile project? That's great that they're doing restoration and everything, but according to you guys last time, we had quite a few leaks. So have they been able to rectify that situation? Because if they still have leaks, that's great that the valves are working, but then we are still going to have increased water bills. And we already pay a fortune for water, not just as citizens, but as the city as a whole. So were they repaired? Did they make the necessary adjustments to fix those?
The answer, the leaks were fixed immediately when we became aware of them. I think that the larger question is whether we will continue to have leaks, but the individual leaks, and there were several of them as we reported, they were all fixed within a day of us becoming aware of them. I won't mislead you and say that we are absolutely confident that we have knowledge that we've got that problem solved. The fact is, though, we haven't had a leak or a break since the pressure relief valves went into play. So that's helpful. Not 100% sure that the problem is solved, but the individual leaks that we've reported to, they've all been fixed. And you're correct. If there's a leak, they'll be tearing up somebody's front lawn. They'll be responsible for putting that back, and it's certainly our hope that that isn't necessary. But so far, things are working better, but we're not entirely out of the woods yet.
You're muted, Mike.
Dave and I are playing back and forth. We'll move on to the street sweeper. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you may recall, one of the large capital equipment items in the next year's budget, and next year is about 3 weeks away, was the acquisition of a street sweeper to replace the one that has been on the shelf, so to speak, for quite some time. And we want to talk, we're not looking for approval today. We wanted to give the council opportunity to talk about it with the idea that we wanted to get moving. There is generally a lead time on a piece of equipment like this. We've provided a substantial amount of information to the council. And strangely enough, for the first time in the 9 months I've been here, we got a call today from a citizen asking where the street sweeper was. I happened to mention that it was on the agenda for discussion this evening. So I guess a couple other things to keep in mind, and that is that, as I said, it is in the budget. We want to get moving on the project, on the process to get the purchase done. The street sweeper is in the $220,000 to $240,000 range, so it is not, it's not inconsequential. Mr. Fairbrother, our new clerk, has substantial purchasing experience, one of his strong suits from before his days as a municipal worker. So he may be able to provide some assistance in that regard to make sure that we have all the options in front of us. In addition to that, we received some quotes not long ago, and Mr. Ragsdale's been following up on those. We provided some additional information today and earlier this week regarding alternatives for leasing and purchasing street sweeping services as opposed to doing them ourselves. And we've provided that information. I have to say that my experience pointed me towards the idea that we would buy the service instead of do it ourselves. But when we looked at the numbers based on the quotes we got for providing street sweeping service, didn't look all that strong from our standpoint. Perhaps Mr. Ragsdale may want to make some comment as well.
Yeah, so prior to my employment here, there was three quotes that were collected on 3 different types of street sweepers. Each one of these street sweepers were demoed by the operators in the DPW, and the one that they preferred is the Elgin Generex or Regenerex. It just so happens that Bell Equipment is the only one that sells that model in the area, and they do happen to have a demo model that has, I think it's 45 hours on it with 7,500 miles. I say that because we're getting a discount on the demo, but they can have the demo to us in a week. If we purchase a brand new street sweeper, and it doesn't matter who it comes from, we may not even get it in November when all the leaves are coming down. Also keep in mind that the streets have not been swept all year. So we haven't even done spring cleanup with the sweeper. Yesterday we had an accident where the public safety director got a hold of us where we needed to put sand down on the fluids in the street from the car, and that we would typically clean that up with the street sweeper, but we didn't have a working street sweeper to do that with. The current street sweeper is a 2002 model. The city has put quite a bit of money into it over the years mechanically. However, the hopper is rotted out on the inside. I am suggesting that we purchase for $224,000 the demo model that you have in your packet. I'm also suggesting that we spend $35,000 to rehab the existing street sweeper in the so that we have 2 working sweepers, so that we are not in this predicament ever again. In addition to that, the new street sweeper that we would be purchasing, I'm recommending that we spend $9,000 on an automatic greasing system. What this does is it's a hopper that goes on the side of the street sweeper, and spaghetti line, so to speak, would be leaving that hopper and going to all the grease fittings everywhere on the street sweeper. Then you just periodically change the canister. One of the reasons why equipment fails, the biggest reason why equipment fails, is because it's not being lubricated properly. And I don't care what the piece of equipment is, there's always very difficult fittings to get to that get ignored either accidentally or intentionally by individuals wherever you go. This would alleviate that problem, thus extending the life of the street sweeper, making the $9,000 investment over a period of life of the street sweeper a very good investment. I would suggest that any piece of equipment moving forward that we purchase, especially since we do not have our own mechanics, that we purchase an automatic greasing system for the equipment, such as a backhoe, a forklift, a dump truck, things of that nature.
Mr. Rexon, how many miles did you say were on that demo?
$7,500,
In only 40 hours?
45 hours, I believe.
That's 167 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's size. It does 187 miles an hour. Something like that.
Depends on the denominator.
Yeah. So that doesn't sound right.
Well, it's because it's a street sweeper. There's a lot of running where you're not really going anywhere.
That's upside down then.
Yeah,
Should be more hours and less miles.
right.
We'll be able to sweep the streets in about a half hour at that speed. So I think there are some advantages.
We'll
He's
save
got
a
a-
ton of money on manpower then.
Yeah.
It's got a Hellcat engine in it.
Yeah.
I need
Many
more
of these
information.
kinds of equipment, as I'm sure the council members are aware, hours can be more important than miles.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would have to be verified because something's not right there. Councilwoman Shornack.
Yes.
I was just going to say that, and I'm not positive on this, but it could possibly be that the hours are on the actual street sweeper. See, the miles is different. If you're traveling, because it is a demo, I'm just assuming that because the street sweeper portion is not working, it's not running when you're just driving in transit. So I'm assuming that's the difference in your 167 miles per hour. Is that when the actual street sweeper is in motion, that would be the hours running on the equipment.
Yeah, actually 7,500 miles could actually be 2 to 3 years of use in the city of Fraser. 7,500 miles.
Again, it is a demo. So currently in Nebraska. So it was, so the mileage and the hours could differentiate because of that reason.
I don't think anybody's going to drive a street sweeper from Nebraska. That'd be a really long drive. Really long drive. Anyway, my question is this. So I did email both of you, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Ragsdale, with regards to lease. And I think you misunderstood what I was asking. So I was asking, have we looked at lease to own, not like lease another company to do the work? I assumed our DPW would still do the work because I can't imagine it's that complicated. It's a street sweeper. You just have to know how to drive straight and curve and know how the equipment works. But that being said, I was just wondering, because we have been in the past getting lease to buy options versus just outright purchase. So that was actually when I asked you about leasing, that was the question I had.
So I followed up with that. They actually just got me the information today. I forwarded it to Mr. Thompson. You have a couple options. We could put $1 down on the street sweeper, and there's a 3-year term, a 5-year term, and a 7-year term. The 3-year term would be, and this is one annual payment for 3 years. The 3-year term is $77,628 at 3.29% financing. The 5-year is $48,485, an annual payment at 3.69%, and a 7-year at $36,094 at 3.89% financing.
Okay. I assumed it may be more expensive, but I just wanted to see it just so that we had those numbers, because there's been times where it was actually cheaper for us to rent to buy. I think it was on a really big lawnmower. Wasn't that the one that was cheaper? Yeah, that one ended up being cheaper lease to own. So, but thank you. That was information I wanted.
You're welcome. But like I said, I really recommend it. We purchased the demo model because we need it now, and we can get it within a week. There's no guarantee that if we purchase a brand new one, there's no guarantee that we're going to get it in time to get the leaves cleaned up in the fall. And a lot of this has to do, it doesn't matter what you're purchasing right now because of COVID. Everything is backed up because of COVID. The other thing is, like I said, I highly recommend that we go ahead and spend the $35,000 and have that hopper rebuilt on the current street sweeper we have. A city this size should have 2 street sweepers. You never know when something's going to go wrong with one, and that way you're not left without a street sweeper. In addition to, I plan on, if the council approves it, I would plan on making that part of the program. We would be running both street sweepers. One would start at one in a town and one would start at the other. So, and again, several things come up that you need a street sweeper: car accidents, functions, things of that nature. Where we got to clean parking lots. Evidently, the city had some kind of arrangement made with the high school that they normally go and street sweep the high school parking lot before prom, and the city is reimbursed or something. We weren't able to do that this year because we didn't have the street sweeper. So,
Yeah, personally, if council obliges to fix the old one, I'd fix the old one and buy a new one and wait for the new one and get a new one. I'm not sure about a demo with that many miles on it. Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
Mark, so that demo, does that come with the standard warranty?
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Just like it was if it's brand new.
So just like when you buy a demo or when you're leasing a vehicle and you get a demo, you get it for less and you still get the full manufacturer warranty starting from that particular mileage moving forward and all that good stuff. So it's under full warranty with a discount.
That's correct. I don't have the information in front of me because of Zoom and being at home, but in your packet, what exactly do I have on there for the mileage in the hours? Can somebody see that?
I'm not able to do that right now because I'd have to
That
switch.
second email.
I don't know. I'm not sure if that was in packet 2 or packet 3.
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay. So one of the things, when I was running for council is that, part of my platform is I really wanted to see all the city services that we provided be preserved. And this is one of those things that I would like to still see preserved. The companies that you have bids from, I'm very familiar with the low bidder, Progressive Sweeping. I know the owner. I have known him for many years. And even though he was the low bidder, your math still works out as Mr. Thompson had indicated, that it's better for us to keep that service within the city. So I would fully support purchasing that demo with the full warranty and getting it immediately and getting that service back up and running up until hearing your explanation about the second street sweeper, the old one, and putting 35,000 into it. I would have been against that, but after hearing your explanation that this would be a secondary one as a backup, it's only 35,000. I would support also putting, the automatic lubrication systems on it. I think definitely it will extend the time and the lifespan of those. So I would propose a motion right now to purchase the demo with the full warranty, to repair the existing, and to add the automatic lubrication systems, and then get our city services restored back to where they were.
And Mayor Pro Tem, can you give us a total price then for the capital expenditure while we're taking questions, or someone do that, please? Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, you asked most of my questions, Councilmember Winawiki. Is this money that would come out of the motor pool to purchase this? Is this where we would take the funding for this expenditure?
It should come from roads since it's used for streets.
Well, I know we have had many years of discussion about our motor pool fund and what we were going to buy from it. And I thought repeatedly we were told we have to save money for the street sweeper. And I guess that is, I will second the motion subject to it not coming out of the general fund, but coming out of one of the dedicated funds, whichever one is the most appropriate. And I would defer, I guess, to the experts in that regard.
I believe we have that budgeted, we anticipated this purchase. And by the way, I think it adds up to $263,000 if I did my math correctly. And I think we have it budgeted out of a capital improvement fund. But if, this certainly could come out of the motor pool fund. That's not where the money is right now, but that isn't to say the money it can't come out of the motor pool fund.
Councilwoman Calca.
I guess I
Oh,
was.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I guess.
That's okay, Amy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify. I thought when we were talking about we budgeted for the motor pool, that was the theory. I guess I'm maybe going backwards a little bit even before your time. Am I wrong that when we talked about this before, we were talking about it coming out of the motor pool fund? Is that not where this always was going to come out from?
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was mentioned way in the beginning stages of purchasing one that's where it would come from. I believe.
Okay, and is there a reason? I'd like to keep the capital fund. There's so much money in the motor pool fund. There's so much money, and I get that there are needs, but obviously this is the first need. And to me, the capital fund, I got my eye for roads, and I got some other things that I just personally would like to see it come from either roads, not roads because we can do roads with roads. The motor pool fund. That would be my recommend. That would be what I would need to support the motion, unless someone can tell me why it can't come out of that.
Councilman Calca was next.
All right, let me just. Okay, so I looked up the quote that shows that it was, I think, 42 hours, but it is 7,500 miles. The amounts would be $92.47 for the greasing system and $34,993.33 for the rehab to fix the bucket. Is that right? Is it the bucket?
The hopper.
The hopper. Thank you. I knew it wasn't the
Hopper.
bucket. Okay. The hopper. You're so funny. And then to purchase this demo would be $244,820. I think it's a great investment. I do think it makes more sense based on doing the math with the 7-year term without interest comes to $252,000 after 7 years, and we wouldn't even own it. This is cheaper. I mean, it's a little more expensive, but it's really cheaper because we're going to get two, one that we're going to rehab and one that's fairly new. What is the warranty on these things? I know the one we have now it looks like 19 years old or 18 years old.
21.
Oh, 21 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, you said 2002. That's only 18 or 19 years. Right?
So there's different,
Oh, yeah.
kind of just like purchasing a truck or a car. There's different warranty options.
Okay, this amount that we would be paying for, and I did gloss over that. I apologize. What is the warranty option on this? And could we buy an extended warranty? And if so, how much would that be potentially?
That I will have to get back with you on. But that will be as simple as sending an email. But the other point that I wanted to make about the mileage, please keep in mind that you see a picture, you guys have in that email, you see a picture of this new street sweeper. It's not like your traditional street sweepers. So, I totally see what you're saying before when you said about the 7,500 miles on an old street sweeper. This is pretty much a truck with a street sweeper on it, so to speak. Whereas before, this is a truck chassis. So it essentially looks like a dump truck with a street sweeper on it, as opposed to your older models where they had the two brooms and then the big broom. This is a vacuum model, works totally different. So you still have two side brooms that clean the curve, but it's a big vacuum that goes across the bottom of the ground that sucks up the dirt, as opposed to a big brush turning.
So Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to ask you though, do you know what, I just looked it up again. Do you know what the warranty is for this demo that we're purchasing that's included in this $224,000?
I want to say I want to say it's 5 years, but I don't have that information in front of me, and I don't want to give you misinformation.
Sure. But you said that it's potentially we could
yes.
buy a,
5 year. I'm reading it. It's
okay, perfect.
5-year John Deere warranty on the auxiliary engine. 1 year on the Elgin sweeper parts. So it's 1 year on the sweeper parts, 5 years on the engine and trans and things that are made by John Deere.
Okay, and then it's possible we could purchase an extended warranty or something a little bit longer than 5 years, or even could we do it on the sweeper too? Is that an option for us as well, potentially?
Sure. Potentially, absolutely.
So for me, I would like to see that. I think
Okay.
that would help me because obviously it's kind of like what you said before about maintaining your equipment and getting the most bang for your buck.
Yep.
So for me, if I'm going to invest $224,000, if I can get an extended warranty for maybe, a few more $1,000s, I'd like to explore that option for sure. I think that would be, appropriate. So
I can reach out to them about that tomorrow.
thank you very much.
Welcome. But I will say this, that after putting two and two together, the reason the difference in you have the 43 hours and you have the 7,500 miles, again, this is a demo. And yes, this would be driven from place to place as opposed to a traditional street sweeper. You would load that up on a lowboy and transport it that way. But if you
Right.
take a look at the picture, this looks more like a dump truck. So that's the reason why the 43 hours would be actually on the use of the sweeper, not the actual chassis or the vehicle. The vehicle is going to have 7,500 miles on it because it is a demo. And so it was driven to Nebraska.
Right. And it's like 2,000 miles to Nebraska. They're back.
I think you might be surprised on the cost of extended warranties, but I'm curious also. Mr. Ragsdale, does that price include shipping back to Michigan by a truck, or is it by driving it? Or do we have to pay for driving it, or
we do not have to pay for we do not have to pay for transportation.
are they going to drive it or trailer it?
I would assume they're going to drive it.
Okay. Mr. Lustig, you had your hand up?
Yeah, it was more about the funding. I believe this originally was slated to come out of the motor pool, which is an internal service fund. It's an internal service fund that receives money from other departments like water, like sewer, like the roads, and based on a rate schedule presented or prepared by the state of Michigan. So if you have a street sweeper out for X hours, you can charge X dollars and put that money into the internal service fund called motor pool. That's how we build up that fund balance for it. So I wouldn't be in favor of skipping over that. I would prefer to use the funds as they have been accumulated in that motor pool fund. And as far as the demo goes, having worked in the auto dealer business for a while, demos were always the best money maker for the dealer and not always good for the customer. And I would be concerned simply because Fraser got burned a few years ago, many years ago, with buying a fire truck from Clinton Township that for $250,000. I'm sure Mr. Carnegie knows all about this, and I won't overstate what I know, but what I understand, there was a broken frame that was not determined until after the sale, and it turned into a big mess. And
broken torque box and frame.
Yeah. So I would just say that new, you know what you're getting. A demo, even with 7,500 miles and only 45 hours of actual street sweeping, is still used. So those are my thoughts. I would not be prepared to move forward tonight. Thank you.
Anybody else at this time?
I would like to point
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki.
So just to address some of the comments that I have heard, if a demo comes with a full warranty, it's a whole lot different than purchasing something from another community with no warranty. So I would be very comfortable in purchasing from a manufacturer or from a sales rep with a full warranty. And if I heard the numbers correctly from Councilwoman Kalka, I think the total comes to somewhere around 298, 239. And I don't have the pennies in there, so let's just call it 298, 240. And I would still stand by my motion because again, I'm in a total agreement with Mr. Ragsdale that in times right now, in getting any type of an industrial equipment or equipment of any kind, I mean, you know, you're going to be waiting. You're going to be waiting, and we won't have the services to provide our residents that we have been providing in years past and that we committed to. So if we could get these things done now, get this unit now, get this unit fixed now, and get this stuff back up and running, we can be back on top of our game. So I would still stand by my motion with the addition of the number of 298, 240. I would also be in agreement with Councilwoman Kalka on the exploration of an extended warranty. And that's something that, you know, we don't really have to have those numbers tonight, but if we could make a commitment on the purchase and move forward, that's where I would stand today.
I just wanted to point out, if we do have to rent a street sweeper, it's $3,000 a week to rent one.
Councilwoman Shornack.
So since we have another meeting on the 24th, and just so that everybody's concerns can be validated or invalidated, whichever it may be, would it be that much of an inconvenience, Mr. Ragsdale, to postpone the vote on this until the 24th so that we can get to see if we can get and what the cost would be for an extended warranty and just a little more information? Would that be okay? Or is that really going to inhibit us getting this particular model?
I was just going to say that the problem is that that's 2 weeks from now. And in that time, somebody could purchase that demo that they have.
Right.
If it gets purchased, then we're back to square one. Then I'm going to have to do the bidding process again and go through this again. And again, we may not get the actual model until possibly November, maybe even December.
Okay, but in the meantime, you could also work on getting the hopper fixed, correct?
Correct, but the hopper will not be fixed if you guys move forward tonight with the hopper. The actual again, because of COVID, the actual parts have to be ordered so before they can even get started. So if we move forward with if we move forward this evening, it probably won't be September until I'm able, maybe end of August, before I'm able to get that one fixed, because they have to order the actual hopper to be able to fix it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make a compromise. So like we could approve that this evening and possibly do the other one on the 24th, you know, with all the other information. Or if that's the case, then say preemptively with other information coming. I mean, let them know that we're absolutely interested. We just want a little more info. Is that something that we could do?
We can do whatever you guys would like. I'm just letting you know, there's the possibility of somebody else purchasing this street sweeper is very good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help everybody with everybody's concerns, I guess. I was just trying to look to like split the baby, basically.
Councilwoman Kalka.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Winowicki on how we should proceed with this. I think that locks us in to get the sweeper, and then Mark can come to us in 2 weeks and tell us how much it will cost for an extended warranty. It's just paperwork at that point, I would think. But I did the math, and I did the math based on the numbers, and it comes to $269,063, $269,000, $269,060.33. So am I missing something? Is there another
You had 244 for the.
224? Is it 224 or 244?
244.
It's 224.
Oh, I thought it was 244.
Oh,
No, it's 244 and
Oh, it
change.
is yeah, it is 244. See, I knew there was it was.
224. It's
I'm sorry.
224. It's, the actual number is. Sorry, I'm looking at.
It's okay.
Well,
Apparently, we need another set of eyes.
it's 224,820.
Okay, I did have it right. Okay, 224,820,
So
and
my
then I
mistake.
added. No, it's okay. 9247 34,993. It comes to 269,6033. That's
Did
to
you,
the
did
pennies.
you add that 9247 twice?
No,
Because if we're going to get the other one fixed, it would be my recommendation we put that automatic lubricating on that one as well.
So let's talk about that. That would be a waste of money on the old one. Because
Okay.
when you use an automatic, and this is why, so I take this second here to educate everyone on how these works. When something is old, the pins are worn, the pins are worn, the couplers are worn. It doesn't make sense to put the greasing system on there because the grease will go right through it. It'll go right by it. The whole purpose of putting it on is when it's brand new or slightly used, because things are still intact the way they're supposed to be, and the fittings get greased. But once pins and couplers start getting worn, the grease will just go right through them. It wouldn't be a point of putting it on there. It'd be a waste of money.
so do we need? I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Do we need to repeat the motion with the amounts, Don, or is David's motion sufficient?
The amounts aren't necessary as long as
Okay.
the motion clarified, exactly what was presented to you.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I would like to call the question then.
Someone repeat the motion, please.
That we move forward with the acquisition of the demo street sweeper with the full warranty. And if we're putting in numbers at 244 plus change, adding the automatic lubrication system, and then also moving forward with ordering the new hopper and repairing the old unit at a cost of $34,000 and change. And the total number Ms. Kalka had was
69 plus.
269, 60, 33.
okay.
The question has been called.
I had my hand raised. I just want to know what fund this money is coming from as you
Agreed.
motion it.
Agreed.
If
100%.
that needs to be in the motion, and if what Mr. Councilman Lesich stated, that it comes out of the motor pool, then that's where we take the funds from.
That's what my belief is, but I'm not the
Ready?
finance director. So if he was here, we could know.
Well, if that's the council's desire, we'll get that done. It'll take a budget amendment. We're going to need to do that anyway. That's next year's budget. So that's not the way we budgeted it initially, but certainly we can do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, the question will be called.
Mayor Pro Tem Winniwicki,
Yes.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
No.
Member Kelka,
Yes.
Member Lesich,
No.
and Member Shornack.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Mark and Mark, for your work. Good luck in getting that thing here, and please keep us posted. A short break has been requested by council, so we'll go ahead and take a short break and meet back at 9:15. p.m. Item 11, City of Fraser State of Emergency Status, State COVID Mandate Updates. Mr. Thompson, would you like to lead this one? No? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, this is a topic which I have limited knowledge about, and there are others who have been following it much more closely than I. My sense is that we're in a position where if we wanted to go back to a traditional meeting, we can, but I defer to people who are understand the specifics more than I.
Other words, Don.
Mr. Denault, would you like to just elaborate so we can maybe move forward, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Thompson is correct. We are in a position now where people and public bodies are returning to quasi-normal. We have the ability in June and certainly in July, when we're expecting all of the restrictions to be released or at least relaxed almost completely. We have the ability now to be in person. There is a 50% capacity requirement if there is a fire marshal number for amount of people that can be in a space. If we don't have a number, it's 30 people per 1,000 square feet. Beyond that, there's still the mask requirement for non-vaccinated. What you see a lot of places doing, though, is just requiring it so that there's across the board uniformity, or basically making it an honor system and letting people do as they will. With that, there's really not much else to report in terms of what we're allowed to do. Mr. Erbiel did try to survey our boards, the zoning board and the planning commission, to see if the state of emergency would benefit them in some way because they'd be allowed to continue to meet virtually for whatever reasons, health reasons, safety reasons, concerns, things like that. He said he hasn't gotten a great number of responses yet, but he did get at least 2 that he sent to me a couple hours ago. One of the questions that he received was, would we all be required to wear masks, or would plexiglass be put in place between the gallery and the board as it is in place in the working areas? That was one question. So someone was concerned on one of the boards about that separation. And then the other question that he received so far is, there currently is not very good airflow in the council chambers where the meetings are held. Could any fans be added? And I assume that has something to do with circulation and maybe upgrading the systems in some way. But regardless, that's all he's received so far from the 2 boards. So it becomes council's discretion whether or not to continue the state of emergency and allow them to make their own choices as far as virtual versus in person. And it would allow you to make that choice as well. Or if you cancel the state of emergency in Fraser, then all would be required to go back to in person, unless for some reason one member here or there had a health or medical condition. The Open Meetings Act still allows for them to participate remotely while everybody else is in person. And that's about all I have for you.
Great. Councilwoman Chernak, you were first.
2 things. One, the reason why they have the plexiglass up front is because the counter is way closer. Even if people are sitting in the audience, they are way more than 8 feet away. That's number 1. Number 2, there's no way we're putting fans in this area because it is a freezer half the time. And the fans would just make it, I mean, obviously, if other boards want to use them while they're in there, that's fine. But I'm just saying, as this council, unless you're going to buy me a parka, because it is always like an ice cube in this place, like constantly. And thirdly, I 100% am in favor of ending the state of emergency because I genuinely hate Zoom meetings. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. That was about a dime's worth myself. Good. Councilwoman Coulter, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that we're heading in the right direction. I think it should be up to us if we would like to come in here. I know for my own selfish purposes, I actually will be in Boston during the next August council meeting and I actually am leaving early so that I can attend. I actually bought my tickets early so I could actually attend virtually. So, I think we're heading in the right direction. But today there's only 3 of us here, and other people could have come. And I think we should leave it up to each individual council person to come if they want. The question then becomes, do we feel comfortable if we want to leave it up to us, having dividers between us? How would we handle public participation if we allowed the building to be open for the meetings? Would we have a limit on how many people would actually be able to attend in person versus virtually? Or do we just keep it virtually for now as it relates to people attending and leave it up to our discretion if we want to attend in person and keep the state of emergency in place to give us that flexibility? I like this flexibility, to be honest with you, especially in the summer now and having it, if I'm in another state or whatever, I would have to miss these council meetings. And I travel quite a bit. So this has been very good as it relates to being just more conducive to my dynamic. So I think, I hate to have a hard and fast rule right now. That's my thoughts on that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Baranski, you're next.
Yeah, a couple questions. One, based upon how big is the council room? The requirements, Don, that you listed would only, as far as we know, be applicable through the end of June. Is that correct? The 50% capacity, 30 people per 1,000 square feet? Or is that theoretically going to continue into, well, okay.
No one sees it continuing, but we can't say it will not continue, right? You can't know.
Okay, got it. So how big is the council chambers in terms of how many people would be allowed into that room at the next meeting if we held it in person? And therefore, yes, of course, obviously we typically don't get that many people. However, what are our plans if people show up in droves? Are we going to have televisions in the parking lot? Are we going to, what are we going to do? These are the kind of decisions while we still have restrictions. And I do agree with Councilmember Kelka, the flexibility is great. And what I want to see, and the courts are doing this, and this is a pivotal point. And we've been having a lot of conversations with a lot of residents about the fact that we televise or record and publish our meetings and things. I don't want to see us going backwards with technology. If we can take this structure and have it so that in the future, if someone is out of town for any reason, personal, business, whatever, or is sick or whatever, has to, be at home, they should be able to participate in a remote capacity. The courts have indicated that in the future, we will not be doing business as we did it before, which is coming into the courts. And so we will not be, and that's both criminal, civil, and everything. Divorce, you're going to divorce over Zoom. You're not going to go into court anymore. You're not going to take the prisoners in for arraignments over more. I'm not going to go in on these 8 a.m. status conferences. The Supreme Court has made that clear because it's more efficient as a business. And so I just want to make sure whatever we decide, we keep our eye on being more efficient as a business going forward to make sure we give opportunities for residents to participate with us and not have to come in, and also allow council members to participate or department heads to participate and not have to be in the building. That's my thought on it.
Thank you. Councilman Lesich.
You're muted.
Yeah, thank you. Question for Mr. Denault. Based upon the current Open Meeting Act, the only way we can have virtual public official council meetings is through a local state of emergency. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. That has nothing, that is completely separate and distinct from the state orders on safety. That is a legislation that will last through December 31st of this year.
Okay, so just to clarify, so if we wanted to have a virtual meeting that allowed traveling council people that wanted to take advantage of that to be out of state and participate, we would have to declare a local state of emergency in order to facilitate and allow that. Is that accurate?
That is correct. It's
Okay.
a little bit unfortunate that the Open Meetings Act was amended that way, because I used to take the position, the legal opinion, and many others agreed, we could do these kinds of hybrids without the statute. But the way they've worded it for COVID, we're now stuck with state of emergency or no state of emergency, and either in person without the state of emergency, or you can be virtual and hybrid with it.
Okay, and I like the hybrid model, especially for residents that may not want to come in or for the convenience of them. Could we do a hybrid model where the council is required to come to a chamber or the same location, and then still have the public participate electronically through Zoom if they wish to? Is that allowable?
As long as your state of emergency is in place, that is specifically contemplated, yes.
So as long as the state of emergency is in place. So if we remove that state of emergency, if John Doe wants to come and complain about his water bill, he must attend personally. He will not have an opportunity.
That's an interesting question, Mr. Lesich. It's really about the council attending. So I would think
That's why my last question was,
yeah.
if the council was required to be in the same room, could John Doe get on Zoom and complain about his water bill to the council that is all in the same location?
I think absolutely they could, as long as the community can accommodate that technology. I think absolutely, because remember, the Open Meetings Act just requires that they be able to observe. It's, their government in action, right, and be able to address their government. So if you provide a way for them to do that, they could, there's a way to do that without being in person. Absolutely. Okay,
so we could do it where the public officials who have a responsibility to attend a meeting in person, if that's the will of the council, but we could still have the public do it. I would love to have more convenience. We talked about this 10 years ago, and Zoom didn't exist. And the goal then was, my question then was, how do you know who's talking to you? If they're on a conference call or they're on a phone. But now I can see you, I can hear you, I know what your name is. So I would like to continue at least a hybrid model going forward for the public to continue to participate.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki.
Yeah, I'm flexible either way. I do want to point out, though, that due to my autoimmune disease that I have, I am not able, and I've been advised by my doctors to not get the vaccine, so I will not be vaccinated. I don't know if that's going to make other council members uncomfortable or not, but I'm flexible either way.
Okay, Councilwoman Baranski.
I'm sorry, the last question I had, if we don't extend the state of emergency, we also then other commissions and committees cannot choose on their own as a body what they want to do, correct?
That is absolutely correct. They would be required to be in person.
Yeah.
Their next scheduled meetings, although I don't know that they have any agenda items right now, would be the first week of July.
Okay, so I am not, personally, we can make a rule for us. I'm not comfortable making a rule across the board because everyone has different needs. And so I'm in favor of extending the state of emergency so as not to run afoul of anyone's personal situation. And I've already said my piece about our meetings.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I will make a motion to extend the state of emergency in the city of Fraser as it has existed until the next regular meeting in July.
I'll second that motion.
I'm sorry, you say till July? Right, one month.
Right, we've been doing it every month, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions on that motion? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, can you please call a vote?
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesich,
No.
Member Shornack,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki,
Yes.
and Mayor Carnegie.
No. So we have a split vote.
It failed.
Motion
No.
fails.
True to, or 3-3, right?
Yeah.
Did everybody vote?
Yeah,
Yes.
Mr.
Yeah.
Murphy's not
Kathy's
here.
missing.
Kathy's
Well,
missing.
I know, it seemed like we were short one vote, so it's 3-3.
So do you guys have an alternative proposal to allow other committees to make their own choice, or is it
Yeah,
one rule for all and all for none?
I like a hybrid, and so definitely I agree with you, Amy, that they should be able to make their own decisions on their own safety and health and how they want to pursue their, they're participating as volunteers or workers with the city. But I would like to allow at least residents to come to the meetings if they'd like. And I'd like council to be able to work if they're out of town to be able to participate. I remember in the earlier days as sitting on council, missing important meetings because of, a surgery or family commitments and very important votes that I wanted to be a part of, but you can't because you're not here. So I don't know if a special circumstances or a hybrid can be designed to.
Well, maybe I misunderstood or wasn't clear. We can't do that without a state of emergency. Every member of every commission must now, going forward, if we don't extend the state of emergency, appear in person starting July 1st.
They don't have
Correct,
to.
Don?
Starting tomorrow.
Starting
tomorrow. Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
starting tomorrow. So that's where I guess I don't understand. I'm not connecting. I get that I know where Councilwoman Shornack's at, and that's why we separated it out. Because if you want to take the council first, but it's kind of putting the cart before the horse. So I'm just trying to find a way to get us. I mean, it's okay if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. That's fine. But I'm trying to see. I want it to be clear what your understanding is of your actions and what, if anything, we can do to find happy ground so that everyone has free choice, if possible. And I served that up to everyone that voted against extending the state of emergency. Not just you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not picking on you, obviously.
No, that's not a problem. Not a problem. I can handle it.
I know you can.
Councilwoman Kolko.
Yeah, so the state of emergency allows this flexibility. It makes it so that if you want to come, you can, but you don't have to. So it does allow us to have our own personal choice. And it also would allow the residents up to a certain amount, or we can put some parameters in place within the CDC guidelines to come in here. I think if I were to look at this room, I think this room is probably maybe 1,200 square feet. Maybe it's about 1,000, little over 1,000 square feet, this room.
I think there's a sign out there that says.
The what?
I believe there's a sign outside that says how many people.
How many? Okay. So I think I can't see that sign from here. I'm sorry.
I think the capacity is
56?
56.
Okay, 56. So I think that, if we keep the state of emergency in place, then we can, as council people, make the choice to show up here, and we can open up the city for people to come in just like we would normal business hours. And according to the CDC guidelines, if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. And if you are, and if you aren't, then you should wear a mask and social distancing 6 feet apart. So that's why I voted in favor of that, because I want that flexibility. And it sounds like, based on what the mayor said, that he wants that flexibility too. So maybe there was just some confusion. The state of emergency will allow us to have that flexibility. Without the state of emergency, there's no flexibility. We all have to come here.
Are we gonna set that plan?
You're muted.
So then does that plan have to be part of what we're talking about tonight, where we know the seating of how many people? We know that, we have to say mask or unmasked, or is it on your honor? If we can put that together as a plan, because last time I wanted to eliminate this, we didn't have a plan and everybody wanted a plan going forward.
Yeah, my intention was to break it up and do the state of emergency and then have a separate motion about what council wants
Okay,
so that we're
that's
only
different.
dictating for ourselves.
Okay, then that makes a difference because,
Okay, fair.
like I said, last time I wanted to, I was jumping the gun,
Yeah.
and everyone said, "No, Mike, you got to have a plan." So
Right.
here, I didn't hear a plan, and I'd like it to work for everybody. So if that's part of this motion, or if we're going to do that next, then maybe we can
Right. And I mean,
readdress it. But I would like to see the plan in place. This way, everybody knows, the residents, the council, the other committees know what the rules are after tonight.
well, my plan is to not dictate what other committees have to do. That
Right,
was
right,
implicit in that. And so
right.
my secondary motion is going to be just for council, and obviously other people have their hand. So other people have their hand raised.
Councilman Lessig.
Actually, Ms. Shortak was ahead of me, so please,
Oh.
I yield the floor to her.
Thank you. I get that everybody wants flexibility. I am so over these stupid headphones and these stupid laptops and things not connecting and breaking up, and one person has to turn off this and turn off that and blah, blah, blah. When I ran for this position, I understand we had a pandemic, but it was for in person for, and I don't care about doing extra meetings because they have to happen sometimes, which is fine because we need to do the city business. I totally understand that, but it was for the second Thursday of the month. And it is to walk into this building and to interact with human beings. And I am not changing my mind on this, and people can hate me all they want. I am done being stuck in a box, and I appreciate that everybody wants flexibility, but you know what? Then we have to change our charter or something else. I don't know if we can do that, Don, but I'm just saying, because I'm tired of this. And unless you guys can come up with a way that we don't have to wear these stupid headphones and be on the stupid laptops, I'm an absolute, I want them in person again. I'm done with this because I find it to be very impersonal and very ineffective as far as what I think needs to happen. I've hated this since we started it, and I do not want to perpetuate it and go on forever in perpetuity. I appreciate that some people want to do stuff from home and some people want to be here, but when we took the oath of office and this is where it was, I am not saying I'm not progressive. I just genuinely hate this very much. And I know you all know that, but I'm just saying that because I'm just done with this. So nothing's going to change my mind on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lessig.
Yes. Well, I understand that some people don't like Zoom meetings. This is my fourth Zoom meeting today. I've been in Zoom meetings over 8 hours, 4 different organizations. So I do get that they can be tiring and my headphones are going to die at some point. I'm willing to change my vote to a yes for another 30 days or until the next regular council meeting so we can sort this out. We are going to head back into in-person meetings very soon. That's absolutely going to happen. I do not support a secondary motion that would dictate what any individual council member would do under a local state of emergency because the Open Meeting Act facilitates virtual meetings, and a council vote to force a individual, Ms. Kalk is going to be traveling and she would like to participate. I appreciate that. I want this to be clean. I want it to be clear. And I think that the points were well made that some of these boards and commissions need a little time to absorb this. So I would change my vote if another motion was made to extend this till July. I would support that for the purpose of getting this right. That's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, I guess the way I was envisioning it, the Fraser School Board does it where they all are in person and then they have a screen. I haven't been there. They do it over, it's not Zooms, but it's the same concept. And so you see them collectively, but you participate in your computer. And that was kind of, to me, what I'm hoping, it wasn't a mandate, it was a, can we get our IT there so that therefore we then have that flexibility. But Don, I have a question for you in light of what Council Member Lessig said. I don't want to say the word dictate because I don't think that's what we're trying to do, but if we execute a state of emergency, does that mean automatically we can't create a rule as we discussed that council will, when feasible, appear in person, or I don't know what the rule is, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if we put the cart before the horse, are we then done?
Right. I think I understand what you're saying, and what Mr. Less is just saying as well. A state of emergency allows you and each of the boards to decide how you'd like your meetings to happen.
Perfect.
It's that simple. You remove the state of emergency, nobody gets to decide that anymore. We're all in person, public's in person, everybody's in person.
Okay.
There might be wiggle room in the Open Meetings Act for the public to participate the way you just described, which would be to watch us on a screen and maybe participate through a screen. I do work with a school district, not Fraser's, but another one that did exactly that for a while. The board was in person, administration was in person, but everybody in the public was on a giant TV screen. They could see every board member and they could participate through the giant TV and everybody could hear them, and vice versa. So there are ways to accomplish that. But it wouldn't be, the state of emergency does not mean you have to impose rules on council. But of course, council has that prerogative too. Council can say, all right, state of emergency is in place, but we as a council, we're going to meet and we all vote and we all agree we're all going to meet in person, but the public's going to be virtual or the public's going to be in person. And if you go in person for everybody, then you want to have separation plans in place. We ran into a situation with the school district I was talking about where individuals came in unmasked, but the rules of the school district are everybody wears a mask in all school facilities. What do you do in that situation? Well, I know another city that has created a separate space for individuals who aren't comfortable wearing masks. So that space is available to them. They can observe, they can participate. There's a lot of different plans that we can come up with for this to work if we keep the state of emergency. But if we don't keep the state of emergency, then the answer to your question is we're all back in person.
All right, but if we do have a state of emergency, it doesn't mean we as a city council cannot make a rule that we are in person.
Right, you can make your own rules.
Each commission makes their own rules, has the ability to make their own rules as they see fit. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yes. Councilman Lessig.
Hate to be a buzzkill, but
Go ahead,
it is
Mike.
what it is. So the council, if the council decides that we want to extend the state of emergency till July 8th or whatever, and then they make a rule that says council must meet in person, how are you not superseding the Open Meeting Act where if you allow virtual meetings, they can have, because if a council member doesn't want to come to the council chambers for whatever reason, the council has just decided by majority vote, they can't participate. I don't see how that happens. So either we're in virtually or we're out virtually. I guess that's my point. It's as far as the council goes. I'm fully supportive of having a hybrid model for the public. But I just don't see how, if council votes 5-2 or 4-3 or 6-1 to require council to come in, you're disenfranchising those that may not want to come in for whatever reason. Maybe someone's ill. Maybe someone catches a cold and wants to participate virtually in the next month. So that's all. I think we're either all in or all out. That's all. Thank you. And I will change my vote and support another till July 8th till we sort this out. No problem.
Okay. Ms. Baranski, do you want to take another stab at that or did you want me to?
Sorry, I do, and I will, but I'm perplexed because I'm not trying to mislead or overrule or somehow rule out, because I have no problem. I was going to come tonight, but I was afraid that the technology wasn't going to be there for us all to, speaker on, speaker off. So
No, I get it. We can actually just go status quo for now and try to figure this all out. I mean, same thing. So.
Right, and I also I'm very conscientious about Councilwoman Shornack's concerns, and I don't want to look like we're just passing the buck.
Right.
So Don, do you have suggestions for what we should do before we make the motion to make sure that we are being proactive in getting these plans in place to eliminate, to telegraph down that, look, it was a 3-3 vote, so it's on its way out. And when it goes, here's how we're gonna do it. Because that's something that you would help us formulate and or be able to present to us next meeting or, in July.
The policy choices, Ms. Baranski, I'd rather not try to influence. I can certainly help with making sure that the policies that everyone is comfortable with meet the spirit of the Open Meetings Act and any other regulations and orders that are in place. Ultimately, I think we'd want this to be a collaboration with administration to work with all of you as council to make you comfortable with whatever the new arrangement is going to look like.
Yeah, I guess I was more thinking about you talked about the mask policies, how we implement the enforcement of the, if it's 54, then that's 23 and we're 7, plus the IT, plus Brian, plus the Elaine, you know what I mean? Like we're already over. And we did have a small but strong following of, good 10 people, and that puts us right there. And I don't know what's going to be on the agenda next month to know if it's going to generate a crowd. I'm trying to make everyone happy and keep moving us forward without forcing my will on anyone. So that's my concern. So I will restate my motion to continue the state emergency until the next regular meeting in July 8th. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any other further comments or questions on that motion? I see none. Mr. Fairbrother, can you please call a vote?
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Lesich,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Still no.
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki,
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
and Member Pelka.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
And Mr. Mayor, it's a minor point. I should have spoken up quicker, but you moved to the vote. Ms. Baranski's motion said until, I believe she said until July. It's through July 8th, correct?
Through, yes, through.
Just to clarify for the minutes, I wouldn't want them to say until and have any confusion on July 8th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll get with administration and start putting some plans forth and some ideas, and then pick council's brain for next meeting. Report of mayor and city of council. And I will start from the top again. Oh, I'll start from the bottom because Patrice is by herself on top. So Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
Elaine is here today with us, observing until she starts full time, and welcome aboard. We can't wait to get you in full time. Brian, you already hit the ground running and you're doing great. So welcome aboard. And Mark, boy, you came into a bee's nest and you're still doing great. And so Mark Thompson, we're going to be sorry to see you go. I know your time is limited, but thank you for everything that you've done. And it's about all I have. I know.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes. First of all, Brian, I want to welcome you and apologize. I'm sure it was very hard to keep the minutes and keep track, and it usually is not quite as chaotic, but it is always fun, and so we look forward to it. I also want to commend you on, in my opinion, calling the vote the right way, with the vote maker and second being called pursuant to the rules. So I appreciate that. If you have,
I didn't know if anyone would notice. We talked about that before the meeting, so. Yeah.
I know. Don't forget who always has to go first. I know. You're right.
That's what I told them, so we changed it out.
Yeah. Yeah. So I do appreciate that. Just only because, not that I have a problem going first. Obviously, I want to extend congratulations to Dave Heltzer as well. I didn't get a chance to speak on that. He came to my door as well. Such a class act and such a loss for the city. Looking forward to meeting the new hire. soon. I want to let the residents know that have been forwarding concerns to me and other council members about various maybe code violations or things related to building, things like that. We are getting your emails. I am forwarding them on. I've had communication and follow up to make sure that they're receiving your complaints. I would just indicate if you're not getting responses back from the building department, just let us know. We'll keep, making sure that the information is getting forwarded. I want to put out the idea probably to Mr. Ragsdale, in addition to everything else you're doing, and this isn't an emergent thing, but I'd love to see a punch list for the various parks. I know we had a couple of emails come through about some different projects, small projects, but a punch list or a running list of things that are needed so that if there is time or money and manpower, most important of all, we can evenly distribute our resources amongst all of our parks to make sure that, because I know all of the parks still need stuff, even with what we've done, they still need stuff. So I'd like to kind of see a running punch list, not me see it personally, but I'd like to see the city have that so that it isn't just, oh, someone asked for it, so they get it. It's here's everything we have, and these are the considerations we have. And finally, I started to talk to Don about this just real briefly, and I want to throw this out to council, and Don can guide us. I questioned the ability that we may have in maybe late July or August to have some sort of a workshop, not a formal meeting where we have everyone there and it's videoed, but it could be, but where we kind of are able to sit down with Elaine and have conversations as a group. And he did indicate that we could do that with reduced expense by not having to have it videoed and things like that. So we could minimize the cost. But I feel like it would be a good place if we're all in the room at the same time to have a conversation. And then the only thing for adding to the agenda, upcoming agenda, there's two things. One, Don had done corrections to the council rules and procedures. We need to make sure at some point that gets on the agenda. We don't want his efforts wasted. So I'll gently remind the agenda makers about that. And then at some point over the next couple meetings, I would like to see on the agenda the audit that we received and an update or a report from them about their findings. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Lessig.
Here we go. Unmute. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Zoom froze there for a second. Couple questions. I would like to see what's happening with code enforcement hire. I see some areas that could use some attention. Some grass growing out of control at certain businesses, etc. So I'd like to see that get on track soon. And I'll just be happy the rest of the way. Best wishes to Mr. Helzer. He is one of the bright stars of my several years on council here. He has been a dedicated city employee, and I will miss him. He's there. It's hard to come to work every day and care for, I think, 29 years. He's a man that has cared about this city for 29 years and doesn't live here. And I would like to say thank you to him personally and his family, and enjoy your retirement or whatever the next step in your life. Fraser Fresh Farmers Market is this Saturday. Please check it out. I think it's this Saturday. There's a lot of new vendors, and it's going to be great. I'm also very happy to see the Lions Carnival and fireworks are happening. It seems normal. We're not used to that. And normal is a good thing to get to. So look forward to seeing people at the beer tent and where the carnival rides. Thank you very much to the Lions for making that happen. Last but not least, it's personal. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to my father, and happy 82nd birthday to him as well. Our fathers are precious to us, and I just want to say thank you to all of them. And last but not least, happy birthday to my daughter, Sarah, who continues to surprise me by becoming an adult more and more every day. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you, Mike. Councilwoman Suzanko.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mayor.
So I did
So I did want to talk about the Fraser Farmers Market. It is this Saturday from 9 until I believe 1 o'clock. My daughter will be there helping as always. She's done a very good job helping with the transition, and go and meet her. She's very approachable, and she's going into 9th grade next year, and she's going to be going to Regina. So she was on National Junior Honor Society, and she's very outgoing, and she likes to learn as much as she can, and she's interested in meeting the people. I also did want to say Happy Father's Day to the best father that I know, and that would be my husband. He's the best father. He is amazing. I also want to remind everyone about the Fraser Meadows sub sale next weekend. It is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And on Saturday, starting at 1 o'clock at the corner of Windmere and French Creek, we're going to be having live music. There's also going to be an ice cream truck. And last but not least, oh wait, maybe it is the best, the taco truck will be there. So please come and hang out. There may be some other surprises as well. I also would like to see a parks update, because I know that we were supposed to start in June. It's now June 10th, and the residents want to know where we stand with all of this. So that's really great. That would be really great, either in July or at the next meeting, whenever Mr. Ragsdale can get that together. We tried to have a street commission meeting, but congratulations to the mayor. He became a grandfather again that day, and it didn't really happen, but it wasn't all in vain because he had a reason to miss. So congratulations. But we did have a meeting, and we do have some projects that are on the horizon, and I'm really looking forward, and I'm really excited about this next chapter in moving the city forward with regard to coming up with a comprehensive plan for our roads and in the industrial subdivision, as well as some of the main roads that really do need to be fixed, including Garfield near the high school, which is a monstrosity that needs to be fixed. So we did talk about that. We did go into a lot of detail, but hopefully we'll be bringing that to you in the next couple of months. The last thing I wanted to just touch on is I really don't want the residents to misconstrue the state of emergency discussion that we had. I really want to be sensitive to whatever the residents want. If the residents want to come, as you can see, I'm at City Hall. I don't have a mask on. I'm vaccinated. I had COVID. I know what it's like to have COVID, and I don't want to have it again. And I had symptoms for 2-3 months after the fact. So I don't want to go through that. I don't want my husband to have to go through that, or my kids to go through that. I want to leave it up to the residents. I understand the responsibility of being on city council. I have sacrificed quite a bit to be on city council and do lots of things for this city, and I do it because I want to, and I love it. My trip that was planned for August is a elite hockey tournament that my daughter signed up for last October, when I had no idea how long COVID was going to be. So this was something that she made this team. It's the best players go out east. So that's what we're doing this year. And so I booked my plane ticket, being responsible early, so that I could be available and be available by Zoom, so that I could be part of the meeting, rather than traveling on Thursday and just miss the meeting. So I was trying to be proactive and cognizant of the meeting and not miss it. And I'm only telling you this because I don't want it to get misconstrued, because there was some comments about, being responsible and why we signed up for this and everything. And if anyone ever questions my passion and where I stand with this city, shame on you, because you know where I stand with this city, and you're just trying to create drama. So with that, thank you, and have a great Father's Day, and we will see you guys in a few weeks. Thanks.
Thank you, Suzanne. Councilwoman Patricia Ornick.
Yeah. So to the marks, did we get any movement on the pathway at Somerset? Are we doing it ourselves or are they going to come back and take care of it?
So we're going to do the demo. We're going to take out the asphalt, and they will be coming in and asphalting the path on the way out. And they will also be starting Boris Park, or excuse me, not Boris Park, the pathway around Pompo. And they are looking to start, I believe, on the 22nd. I believe that's when the date they're going to be working on that. And as Ms. Kalka asked about the parks update, there was a fire at the manufacturer that put things back a couple weeks, but they assure me that they're going to start on the they received their shipment the 22nd, and they said they should still have Boris and Harrington done by July 4th. Then they will start on Meadows, and that will be completed in about a week, possibly two. Everything but the pavilion ship date is September 2nd. So the first two parks should be done by the 4th of July.
That actually wasn't my question.
My
question was specifically about the company that jacked up the pathway in Somerset. They when they drove their vehicles, and why they did that, I still don't know, because they had the fence open over the pathway and caved it in. So I know we were withholding funds until they came back and repaired what they messed up. So I don't know if we took those funds and we're going to repair it, or did they actually come? Because it's not repaired is my question.
So it will be repaired. But to my knowledge, we are not withholding funds.
Mr. Thompson?
There was approval for that park of up to 39,000, I believe is what it was, and we spent 30, and they have been paid the 30. And there was approval for 55 something for Pompo Park. So they are still adhering to that. Before is the actual path.
Mr. Ragsdale, I think you're misunderstanding.
Okay.
Mr. Thompson, yeah, so I'm not trying to be rude, just hold on a second. Mr. Thompson, did you or did you not say that the company, which was not the company who did the pathway, it was the people who put in the equipment, they're the ones who messed up that first part of the pathway, and that we did not pay them in full yet because we were going to take some of those monies and either repair it ourselves or they were going to repair it and then we were going to pay them? Or did I misconstrue that whole conversation?
The company that damaged the asphalt was the company that put the pathway in.
Okay, I did not know that. I thought it was the
It was not the company
equipment
that
people.
put it was not the company that put the play structure in. It was the company that put the asphalt pathway in. As Mr. Ragsdale just said, we had approval for 39. We've paid 30. We're working out the best. We're working out a deal with them to get that pathway fixed. And I understand that there was some confusion, but it was the company that put the asphalt pathway in that did the damage on the way out.
That makes that worse. That actually makes that worse, honestly. I mean, okay, I just had too much for this evening. That's just worse. They messed it up. They put it in and they mess it up and they mess up what was existing on the way out.
So it's to my understanding the pathway was already messed up.
No, it wasn't. I walk it.
A lot worse.
No, that's absolutely false. I'm at that park almost daily. That is absolutely untrue. That's just disappointing. That's just epically disappointing. Okay, moving on. Because God willing, everybody wants to actually get back to normal anytime soon. If our government is actually going to let us be human beings again, we need to start being proactive about planning what Parks and Rec is going to look like moving forward. And so maybe we can start having some activities for kids and stuff like that moving forward, maybe starting in August, September, maybe for flag football, even to start off small. And not to mention, I'm sure probably majority of our seniors probably got vaccinated, and I'm sure they're looking and biting and chomping at the bit to get out of their houses and get back with people. So I would like to see what we are thinking and what a plan we need to come up with to start getting back into, and what our new Parks and Rec in the new era is going to look like. So I want to start the conversation now, because we do have a board of Parks and Rec director or Parks and Rec commissioners, and these people volunteer. They have good ideas, but they're a volunteer board. They are not our Parks and Rec employees. So it can't always be all left up to them. So I think we need to start that conversation now, because those kind of things do take planning, and that can't all be on Vince. So that's just my thoughts. So thanks.
Thank you, Patrice. I just have a couple things. Ironically, I received a bunch of letters from Sauk Elementary about sidewalks last week, with some sixth grade students from Mrs. Sutter's class, Sauk Elementary, and they wrote some very nice letters about the sidewalks in the city and going forward. So on behalf of council, I did get a response. I went over to the school, gave them a formal response and some trinkets from the city, and probably made their day. So government does respond to children and their need and their projects that they do. And I have the letters if anyone would like to read them. Also, I got a letter from the Census Bureau. I was asking about the numbers, and still no numbers, but they gave us a very nice certificate for our participation and our help with the census of Fraser. So they wanted us to post that on our wall. The Memorial Day event at the VFW we had here was very nice. It was a beautiful day. We presented a wreath on behalf of the City of Fraser we put together, and a lot of people showed up. And then after we formally burned a lot of the American flags from residents and community around us, the proper way of doing it. The Honor Guard will be doing the Fraser High School graduation this Saturday. That the students will be finally graduating, and it will be a real live ceremony this year. Last year we did it virtual. This year it will be full dress. Let's see. I did mention the road committee will be on the agenda for next month. And to Ms. Moransky's note, we've been talking about the audit, and I believe that will also probably be on the agenda for next month too. Kelly Road, I mentioned Kelly Road. And that's all I have. So I also like to wish everyone a happy Father's Day going forward. Look forward to the city picnic. I'm one of those guys who's glad to have it back, but man, I hate working all those 3-4 days in a row to make it work. So, but it will be exciting, and it will be lots of fun. At this time, I will take it out to the citizen participation.
Memorial Day? You were gonna mention something about Memorial Day?
Yeah, I did. I believe he was just going to post one of the pictures of the Memorial Day ceremony. At this time, I will take it out to citizen participation. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to be recognized or make any comments, please raise your hand. I see Sarah Kelly.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, how are you doing, Sarah?
Okay. Hi, Sarah Kelly, 16664 Aaron Fraser. I first want to say thanks to Patrice for talking about Parks and Rec. I am the chairperson of the commission, but I am not here speaking for the commission. I am here speaking as a citizen. I agree with Councilman Chornak that we need to have some kind of plan going forward with Parks and Rec, because ultimately right now we're all volunteering for this, and an entire department cannot be run solely on volunteers and not with one director who is overseeing multiple departments and a clerk who's also overseeing multiple departments. I don't think we need to have the entire program list like we did before, but I think that like 1 or 2, 3 of our most popular programs would be sufficient to maybe get the ball rolling and hopefully get back to a sense of normalcy.
Absolutely. I think we kind of all feel that way, and we will definitely be working on it, and hopefully can report out some good news going forward for you.
Thanks. Oh, and also
Absolutely.
thank you for, it's a weird request or a weird comment, but the state of emergency, thank you for extending it just for the hybrid option. As a person who is mother of a critically ill child, July 8th is when we see our next cardiology appointment. So it's nice that I can, be at home and do the meetings for this next month until I get word from his cardiologist. So thank you guys.
Absolutely. Good luck. Thank you. Anybody else? I do not see any. Nope. Okay, at this time, I would like to make a motion to go into closed session for strategy session connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement.
Second.
So a motion and second. Any comments, questions on the motion?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Would it be appropriate to invite Elaine Levin into our first closed session since she's going to be on board next month? And would
Yes.
that have to be part of the motion, or can we just let her?
No, that could be an administration, and I have no problem with that.
Okay, thank you.
And that
Absolutely.
needs to send her the information.
Yeah, Mr. Nadal, do you ever?
She has the information already.
Right. So I thought, okay. Any other comments or questions? No. Mr. Fairbrother, please call a vote.
Mayor Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki,
Yes.
and Member Baranski.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to close session at 10:15 PM.
Motion to adjourn?
Okay, we are back. I will call the meeting back to order at 10:59 PM. I will gladly entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Good night, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Everyone have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.